I just want to get a picture of you.
Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from EPCOT. Let's go! We're here at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. And you're looking at the 2025 EPCOT International Festival of the Arts, brought to you by Figment. I believe the Festival of the Arts actually ends on February 24th, this upcoming Monday. I'd highly recommend that you visit before then. This festival is quite popular and a lot of people seem to enjoy it. There's a lot of people here today.
Guys, wait, you forgot me. Oh, hey, guys, you forgot me. Hey, guys.
Hello everyone, as I said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from EPCOT. We're actually here simply because the Walt Disney World Resort recently announced the ending of the virtual queue here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Stay tuned and find out all the details. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. And you're looking at the EPCOT fountain just beneath the fabulous Spaceship Earth, one of my personal favorites here. And as we proceed to walk under one of two entrance portals through Spaceship Earth, we're actually going to check out a small meet and greet over in this direction here. It's Pluto. Let's see if we can get a better vantage point. The Disney PhotoPass photographer was directly in front of Pluto, and there's Pluto meeting and greeting with some guests now here at the EPCOT entrance plaza. And just down in this general direction is Goofy. Goofy's also here as well. We could go take a quick look. We're just passing some flags reminiscent of the World's Fair of the past, like the World's Fair New York 1964, 1965, that had all those neat flags blowing in the wind. And there's Goofy right there. He's attempting to locate his next guest with this Disney PhotoPass photographer. Going to take a quick picture here in just a moment. Goofy's dressed in his finest wares. We're just taking a quick look. And I'm going to swing the camera and we're going to take a look at these flags that I was just mentioning, blowing in the wind. And as you can see off in the distance, it's a little overcast here in Central Florida today. There's also another set of flags on the opposite side of the fountain over there. And as I always say, give me a moment. I'm going to take my BAT phone, B-A-T phone, out of my pocket. There it is. And I'm going to activate the wireless feature so we could get on with all the breaking news. Just give me a second and I'll be right with you. In the meantime, enjoy this nice view of the entrance portal underneath Spaceship Earth, leading us right by Gateway Gifts. And I'm attempting to navigate through a large group of guests that were off camera there. Gateway Gifts. And over in the opposite direction is the standby entrance for Spaceship Earth. It is posted at 20 minutes with essentially no lightning lane return at the moment. I'm actually a little cold and shivering here. It's probably in the mid 60s. I'm a California and Florida guy. I'm really not used to the colder weather. I didn't bring a jacket. You may see a lot of people wearing jackets or long sleeves today, even hoodies. But I chose to go Florida sunshine wear, just a shirt and shorts.
That's a good
But at any rate, let's get on with the breaking news.
I got one bigger.
All right, so as I've mentioned in the past, one of my favorite blogs to visit or frequent is DisneyTouristBlog.com, brought to you by Tom Bricker. Shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com for their great articles. And here it is. Disney World ending virtual queues for Tiana's Bayou Adventure and Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Walt Disney World is ending all virtual queues and will be without any for the first time in years. Tiana's Bayou Adventure and Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind will both discontinue their boarding group systems and switch to standby soon. This post shares official announcement details, plus our commentary about Magic Kingdom and EPCOT finally dropping the last remaining VQs or virtual queues. The last time Walt Disney World dropped a virtual queue for a ride wasn't that long ago. It was back on September 9, 2024, when Tron Light Cycle Run switched to standby. We've done comprehensive field testing then, and despite Tron still not participating in early entry, it's going pretty well without a virtual queue. Prior to that, it has been a long time since Walt Disney World dropped a virtual queue. A few months after the opening of Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, the change came only a few months after Disney's Hollywood Studios passed the virtual queue for Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. I should say paused. Let me actually pause for a moment and take my sunglasses off. In the meantime, enjoy the view of Walt with these guests here. I'm gonna put my sunglasses on my shirt. It's so overcast, it's actually harder for me to read the phone screen with the sunglasses on. Just give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna slowly turn the camera so you could get a good view of Communicore Plaza. I love saying Communicore Plaza, by the way. That pause thankfully turned out to be permanent. Technically, there was about 1 week of no virtual queues at all in Walt Disney World between the time in late September 2021 when Star Wars Rise of the Resistance dropped its virtual queue and when Remy's Ratatouille Adventure opened 1 week later. Given that that was one of the lowest crowd stretches at Walt Disney World in the last 5+ years, we're guessing that not many of you experienced it. For the last meaningful stretch when Walt Disney World was without a virtual queue, you'd have to go back even further, all the way to the Halcyon days of December 2019, before the closure and phased opening prior to the opening in Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, back when free Fast Pass, evening extra magic hours, etc. were all still alive and well. Fast forward to today, and Walt Disney World has announced that starting February 25th, 2025, standby queues will be available at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind at EPCOT and Tiana's Bayou Adventure at Magic Kingdom. Real quick, yesterday we were actually at the Magic Kingdom and we experienced Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and we were also discussing, of course, Walt Disney World Resort ending the virtual queue system over at the Magic Kingdom. Check that video out down below as well. Back to the article. Virtual queues will be placed for both from now through February 24th. So, in other words, today through the 24th, which I believe is Monday, this Monday, You could still grab a virtual queue, and after that, it will glow away forever. Currently, there are 2 daily opportunities during regular operations to request to join virtual queues for Cosmic Rewind for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Of course, 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. And then please be aware that as of February 25th, 2025, these virtual queues will no longer be available. This will be included, of course, in the extended evening hours at EPCOT. These changes are long overdue. We're gonna go into the creation shop here. Ooh, I get a blast of warm air in here. It's a lot warmer in this shop than it is outside. Like I said, it's probably in the mid-60s out there. To a lot of you watching, of course, in the, I guess, northeast, you're like, oh, that's summer for us. But yeah, Florida and California guy here. No jacket.
It was right here.
Okay. I'll repeat. These changes are long overdue. Tiana's Bayou Adventure is still using a virtual queue for its initial opening period, while a standby queue will be available during the attraction's initial opening days. Walt Disney World expects to open a standby queue soon after the attraction opening. The italicized above is what Walt Disney World said when it first announcing the opening date and details for Tiana's Bayou Adventure back in last May. Disney's language at that time strongly suggested Tiana's Bayou Adventure wouldn't have a virtual queue for nearly as long as any other ride at Walt Disney World. In fact, we predicted it would be dropped by July 8th. That was over 7 months ago. That's what Tom says, not me. What we didn't predict, and what no one could have predicted, was that the reimagined ride would have so many reliability and downtime woes, it's somehow much, much worse than Splash Mountain. Don't even get me started on Tiana's Bayou Adventure's issues. After encountering repeated headaches with that during the course of field testing last week, I'm at my wit's end with that attraction. Another story for another day, though. That's what he says. He says the good news, though, unless you've been visiting recently, is that Tiana's Bayou Adventure has been closing early on certain dates throughout the winter 2025, which we've assumed was due to conditions, low crowds and temperatures, conducive to extended overnight maintenance based on the development that Tiana's Bayou Adventure is ending its virtual queue on February 25th. That's seemingly confirmed. So I agree with that statement. Then there's Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind that we're gonna hopefully board here in a few moments. Hello there.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Nice cast members, of course.
Normally I get...
Then there's Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind has become the longest running virtual queue at Walt Disney World by a wide margin. Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind opened 2 years, 8 months, and 21 days ago. For the math whizzes out there, it'll celebrate its 1,000th day of having a virtual queue later this week. I'm honestly shocked Cosmic Rewind's virtual queue has lasted so long. We first predicted it'd be retired in August 2022 based on demand and smooth operations. Obviously, that was very wrong. One potential complicating factor with Cosmic Rewind is less physical queue space, but they installed overflow outside, complete with umbrellas, over a year ago, and it's just been sitting there since. It'll be interesting to see the extent to which this is needed once spring break crowds arrive in full force. As it is well documented in our many posts, our perspective on virtual queues has evolved over time. In large part, this was motivated by Star Wars Rise of the Resistance improving its reliability and uptime, meaning guests in the standby queue were less likely to endure a breakdown. Okay. The shift to a standby line for Star Wars Rise of the Resistance was largely vindicated. Although it still has too much downtime, it's more or less on the outer bounds of what's acceptable. Same goes for Remy's Ratatouille Adventure and Tron Light Cycle Run, both of which are below average in terms of ride breakdowns. They do happen, just not as often as Rise of the Resistance or Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Suffice to say, it's hard to see any reason why these rides still needs virtual queues so long after their initial launch session, especially if Tiana's Bayou Adventure has fixed what was making it so unreliable. And of course, I concur with that statement as well. Like I mentioned before, a lot of the times I'll be thinking it. I'm reading Tom's blog here over at DisneyTouristBlog.com, and he gets to, of course, what I'm thinking, and I go, bingo, we're on the same page. Okay, back to the article. In our view, virtual queues are guest unfriendly and should only be used when absolutely necessary. Agreed there, of course. Whenever they can be dropped, they should be dropped. It is patently obvious to me that the VQ can be dropped at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Tiana's Bayou Adventure might be a different story, given its history and reliability problems, but if Disney is moving forward this decision, I assume it's because they're confident they've found a fix. As Walt Disney World has undertaken initiatives to simplify and improve the guest experience, eliminating the remaining virtual queues seems like an obvious step. And I'd say all of this as someone who selfishly likes virtual queues because they give me and other knowledgeable frequent guests an advantage over the average visitors. But I also recognize that's what's good for me is not always good for the park going public. And I agree with that statement 100%. We covered that in yesterday's video, of course, over at Magic Kingdom Park featuring Tiana's Bayou Adventure. And back to the article. The thing is that ride capacity is a zero-sum game. If the virtual queue is filling up with a bunch of APs, annual pass holders, and locals who would skip a triple-digit standby wait, those spots are coming at the expense of someone else. Yes, absolutely. The losers in this scenario are likely to be disproportionately first-timers and other low-knowledge or technology-adverse guests. Again, he nailed it. He's got it. I agree. Whereas these people often are oblivious to virtual queues or unsuccessful at joining. Many of them are able to, or more inclined to wait in a long standby line. I lost my place there. The bulking point is higher for them because they've never done the ride, so their tolerance for lines or thresholds for waiting is higher than the average AP who skips any standby line that's over 30 minutes. Absolutely, yeah. He's correct. First-timers or infrequent visitors are the very demographics that, in my opinion, even as a biased and self-interested AP, Walt Disney World should be favoring. It's better for the sake of guest satisfaction and creating new fans to make things easier for these people and removing one layer of friction. Bingo! Yet again, he's got it. This is doubly true when it comes to newer attractions that are the focus of marketing campaigns. There are people who have booked trips after seeing ads for Cosmic Rewind or Tiana's Bayou Adventure who haven't been able to ride because they failed at the virtual queue or didn't understand how to play in the first place. Or maybe those are just the rides they really, really want to experience over and over again. In which case, they should be able to do so if they're willing to endure multiple 100+ minute waits. That should be their choice. It's a little congested here in this area. Over in this area, we're attempting to navigate through the pathway here. As most of us has complained about the amount of screen time and over-reliance on technology in visiting Walt Disney World, we should likewise continue to support the retirement of virtual queues. Yes, yes, yes. They may benefit us on an individual level, but are bad on a holistic level. Nailed it again. Okay, I'm going to get a quick shot here of the pickup service counter, what it looks like in this area at the moment. Oh, the screen jumped, and as I say, I didn't actually touch it. I think it's the ads, actually, that makes the screen jump. Overall, and in aggregate, virtual queues are a negative for the guest experience and one that leads to more complaints and opportunities for disappointment. That has no potential resolution. Virtual queues add yet another unnecessary layer of friction and make things overwhelming and intimidating for inexperienced and older guests. Check, 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 check. Got it. He's got it again. As such, we applaud the end of the virtual queue at Tron Cycle Run in Magic Kingdom. It should have happened a full year ago, but better late than never. Next up, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. I don't care what the operational excuse is for keeping that 2 years longer than necessary. It's a bad one, and it also needs to go. Given that this is the first time that Walt Disney World has ever retired 2 virtual queues simultaneously, and is effectively ending boarding groups for the foreseeable future, the next chance at them returning for rides isn't until 2027 when Tropical Americas opens. And it's natural to question the why of this move. Of course, Tropical Americas in Disney's Animal Kingdom replacing Dino Land. As covered in Walt Disney World is worried about its high prices, the company has internal concerns about Disney alienating the middle class, with growing fears about how price increases and unpopular decisions are angering fans and losing guest goodwill. This is not just price increases, it's those coupled with corresponding cuts, nickel and diming, and other ways the guest experience has been diminished. Price isn't the only concern, it's the valuable proposition, which has taken hits in both directions. There's been a lot of hot topic making major headlines for the last week plus, thanks to a report at the Wall Street Journal, and it's even necessitated, hold on, my eyes are having a hard time adjusting to the sun, we're back outside. It even necessitated a ham-fisted response from Disney. As we predicted in Disney response to rising cost criticism, we fully expect substantive action as we're listening response from the company. And as we come up to Baby Groot, Baby Groot was here for the last festival, Flower and Garden Festival, but they moved locations here. Just take a quick look at Baby Groot. He's holding the Greenhouse Mix Volume 1 cassette tape overhead. And then we'll go back to the news. The last time something like this occurred, a little over a month later, Walt Disney World made 3 big decisions. Jumped again, didn't touch it, must be the ads. Walt Disney World made 3 big changes to restore value and improve flexibility, including the return of free overnight parking at the hotels. Mere months after that, the company announced 5 major improvements to make your visit easier. More recently, there was the switch from Genie Plus to Lightning Lane Multipass, along with other queuing changes aimed at better balancing the interests of all guests. I paused simply because guests were uncertain what direction they were going to travel in. Otherwise, not a whole lot has happened to improve the guest experience in the last 365 plus days. This could be the opening salvo in Walt Disney World's attempt to improve guest satisfaction and reduce the amount of friction in visiting its parks, or it could be entirely coincidental. It's possible that the explanation here is simply that maintenance teams found a fix to the problems plaguing Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which is a definite possibility, to the point that park operations is satisfied that it can run reliably and doesn't need a virtual queue. From there, management might have thought it's a good idea to eliminated both remaining virtual queues in one fell swoop, as one at Cosmic Rewind has likewise outlived its usefulness. Personally, I prefer to believe that this is Act 1 in a We're Listening campaign, but I guess we shall see. As for changes to lightning lanes, there are no changes to lightning lanes. Of course, Tiana's and Guardians continues to be part of it. And then Tom goes on to say, for whatever it's worth, Lightning Lane Single Pass is selling out faster than it used to, and Cosmic Rewind is the most popular LLSP. It's often gone several days in advance. For its part, Tiana's Bayou Adventure is the firm #1 pick on our list for the top 10 toughest lightning lanes of Walt Disney World. And we're just approaching the marquee here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, as you can see. He also says, to that point, whenever Walt Disney World has removed virtual queues in the past, a subset of fans has complained that they've done so out of greed and as a way to push lightning lane sales. Ironically, another subset has complained that this is virtual queues is what virtual queues do. There really is no pleasing anyone. Yeah, that's true. And up ahead here is a Disney PhotoPass photographer. Usually there is a long extended exterior queue for this particular location to get your photo right here. But we're going to check out the article here. We are highly skeptical that lightning lane sales have any bearing on virtual queues. If they did, more attractions would add or remove them, as the case may be. With the benefit of hindsight from the Star Wars Rise of the Resistance change, it's safe to say that is not the driving motivation. And I agree with that statement. Lightning lanes sell out for the most attractions on a daily basis regardless. It doesn't appear that the virtual queue changes the calculus for prospective buyers one way or the other. This is doubly true for those two attractions because, as we discussed above, they are both the #1 most popular rides at LLP and LLSP. You cannot sell more of that which is already sold out. And well, they could by increasing supply, but that's already an option. As far as the motivations of moving it from virtual queue to standby, my guess is that this is once again a matter of guest satisfaction. Virtual queues are exceedingly unpopular with guests who find them counterintuitive and are surprised to arrive and find they do not have the option of standing in line. Not everything is a conspiracy or done by Disney with the ulterior motives to make even more money. Yeah, I think so too. That's not just a cynical perspective, but one that makes our collective voice as fans easier to ignore. If we complain about everything, there's no point in the company listening to us. And I think, oh, we're walking into a photo, I'll walk around. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So over to our right-hand side here is the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind marquee. And we reached the end of the article here, so at this point, let me turn the camera around towards the entrance of this world-class attraction, because it's kind of boring, the view you were getting there. And as I slowly back up here, I'm actually gonna change the camera view for you. Throw up a logo on the screen. You can enjoy that for just a moment while I actually disable the wireless feature here on my phone, and I'll be right with you. All right, I'm putting the Bat phone back in my pocket. I'm just checking the phone, the streaming phone right now, looking at the cameras, checking all the settings, making sure we're good. Everything looks good. So, as I've said before, shout out to Tom Bricker at DisneyTouristBlog.com, extremely insightful. And instead of me just jabbering on for hours talking about it, he succinctly wrapped it all up into one nice little article. At the moment here, we're looking at boarding groups 75 through 85 being called here at Guardians. On the left-hand side is the virtual queue. On the opposite side, of course, is the lightning lane. The amount of people in this area seems to be, below average. Usually there's just a mob of people here. So all these guests near us are attempting to board through the virtual queue. That's what we have today. I actually got up early for you. I do everything for everybody in the chat, of course. And I secured a lightning lane for this attraction. As it turns out, I'm a quick draw, and I got boarding group 57. So we're going to see what happens here. It shows 75 through 85, but we'll attempt to approach the touch points here and see what happens. I have the Bat phone back in my hand here, and I'm actually going to put it up to the touch point. And we got blue. Well, she says, okay. Well, thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
So nice cast member let us in, even though we had boarding group 57. I'm going to let these guests go ahead. I'm going to follow when there's a larger gap, because I'll probably be walking slow in the queue. So we have success. We get to experience this world-class attraction. Like I said before, the virtual queue, it's excellent if you know what you're doing, if you have experience, if you're up early, or you could, of course, get a second shot of it at 1 o'clock. But of course, you have to check in at your park. For example, if you came to EPCOT today, you'd have to go to the main entrance or EPCOT International Gateway, and of course check in at the touch point. Once you're in the park, then you could secure your reservation at 1 p.m. But of course, it's all a moot point simply because come Monday, February 25th, this will all change. No more virtual queues here at the Walt Disney World Resort.
And from nothing came the beginning of everything. incredibly
We're navigating
and
up an elevated walkway at the moment.
This explosion filled the cosmos with a cloud of rapidly moving particles. Over the next 100 million years, space continued to expand, and the particles cooled and slowed. As they coalesced into huge swirling clouds, gravity pulled them into larger, denser clusters. At the heart of these clusters, the temperature rose, and the particles were compressed so tightly they fused, releasing enormous amounts of heat and light. This is how the very first stars in our shared universe were born. The singularity is just one of the commonalities between our two worlds that we will explore today. Welcome, Terrans, to the wonders of Xandar.
I want one of the songs you guys mentioned. I'll go to this one.
Okay, so I popped up some news here. We're actually on blogmickey.com. Shout out to Blog Mickey. Of course, as I said, this is another one of my favorite blogs to frequent. Blog Mickey actually brings you breaking news. That's excellent. They do a great job here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's scroll down and just go to an EPCOT section. Blog Mickey has it partitioned into different parks. So here we go. Here is an EPCOT section we're looking at. So this was published on February 20th, which today, let me just look. Yes, it is the 20th. I just wanted to confirm that. So let's get a better view here. The Lion King and Coco Topiaries return for 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival. And I was mentioning before briefly when we saw the Groot out there, the Groot is a topiary. And the next festival here at EPCOT, of course, is the 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival that I just read. But let's continue with the article. With less than 2 weeks to go until the March 5th start of the 2025 EPCOT International Flower and Garden Festival, we're continuing to keep an eye out on topiary installation around the park. In this article, we'll take a look at two returning topiaries, one for Coco and the other for the Lion King. Coco Topiary featuring Miguel and Dante. Starting in World Showcase, we'll find the Coco Topiary in the same spot as last year, near the Mexico food kiosk, but not quite in the Mexico Pavilion. Last year, Disney debuted the first ever projection mapping effect on the Dante Topiary, but there were no signs of a projector installation when we visited. With just under 2 weeks, there is plenty of time for Disney to roll out the projector again this year if they'd like to. Personally, I hope they roll out projectors or nighttime lighting to the majority of topiaries this year. We'll be sure to keep an eye on that once the festival begins. And here's some photos, of course, of Miguel and Dante. And I haven't actually been actively looking at the camera or the screen of the camera. I've just been pointing it just aimlessly here in the queue for the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. I was actually looking at the photos and reading the article.
New visitors.
But here's some close-ups of Miguel and Dante.
Welcome, Terrans. I am WorldMind, sentient supercomputer of Xandar.
And I want to quickly mention, Blog Mickey was mentioning the projection system. It was actually on a large green pole, and it had like a box where the projection came from, and it created a neat little effect. However, I don't know what their plans are for this particular year. I would say if they were going to install it, it'd probably be up by now, but you know, time will tell. We still have 2 weeks, so we still might get a projection on these topiaries. It is sure neat, but I don't know if the actual projection on the Miguel and Dante was a test, if it was successful or not. But at any rate, we'll continue looking at the article. The Lion King Topiary. To find Lion King Topiary, head over towards the Imagination Pavilion, but take a stroll along the walkway that leads to Communicore Hall. The Lion King topiary will be found just outside of the Communicore Plaza area. The Lion King topiary displays Mufasa, Saribi, and Rafiki, holding up young Simba. Here's a closer look. There they are there. It's a little hard to determine the exact area of this topiary. I know exactly where it is, but a lot of the viewers in the chat are probably having a hard time. But like the article suggests, it's near Imagination. If you look in this photo here that I'm bouncing near the top of the screen, it looks like the monorail towards the upper left there. That's the Imagination Pavilion. It's one of the planners along the walkway there. But anyways, let's continue.
Our planet Xandar orbits around not one, but
For everything you need to know about the 2025 EPCOT International Flower and Garden Festival, check out our dedicated event page below. All right, so that was one of the good articles brought to you by, of course, Blog Mickey. I'm going to hit the back button here on the screen, slowly turn the camera, and we're going to head up more elevation. Here's another one. We saw this yesterday, but it's good because it's, we're at EPCOT. Why not? New pixie dust for Tinkerbell's Fairy Garden at 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival. This was published February 19th, yesterday. And let's continue with the article here. The 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival kicks off March 5th, and EPCOT is already preparing some of the popular character topiaries. We've taken a look at a few already, including the return of Phineas and Ferb. I'm going to slowly turn the camera because it gets awkward in the queue when there's, right angles or U-turns that you have to navigate around. Let's go back to the article. We've taken a look at a few already, including the return of Phineas and Ferb, a new location for young Groot, and a new cape for Elsa. In this article, we'll take a look at the Tinkerbell Fairy Garden, which is located in the United Kingdom Pavilion. One of the most popular gardens remains the same from years past. There is some new pixie dust that should make the garden come alive at night. Let's take a look. And as I pause for just a moment, I'm checking the cameras. I'm actually going to plug my cables in to charge my cameras and phone. Just give me 1 second. And I do believe we have success there. Let me grab the phone again, the bat phone out of my pocket, and let's continue. Tinkerbell Fairy Garden at 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival. The Tinkerbell Fairy Garden features a topiary version of Tinkerbell, surrounded by more than a dozen fairy houses. You could find the Tinkerbell Fairy Garden in the United Kingdom Pavilion, near the Yorkshire County Fish Shop. We'll start with a look at Tinkerbell, who is still sporting the more realistic style that was introduced back in 2020. And if you're looking at the photos here, to get your bearings or orientation, Tinkerbell would be located to the right-hand side of the Yorkshire County Fish Shop. In other words, if we go by the fish and chips in the United Kingdom Pavilion, if you were standing in the queue there, look off to your right, and you can see Tinkerbell. Here's some additional photos. Blog Mickey goes on to say, you may have already spotted it, but there is some extra pixie dust this year in the form of Christmas-style lights in the bushes behind Tinkerbell. This appears to be part of Disney's effort to make sure the topiaries shine at night as well as during the day. Well, let's take a closer look at those efforts once the festival begins. So you can see the lights there. They're a little camouflaged in the bushes. And here's a closer look at the fairy houses that surround Tink. Little fairy houses, lots of them. Lots of good detailed photos too. Blog Mickey does a great job with the photos. All right, we've come to the end of this particular article, and we're going to look over the pony wall here at the upper level of the interior queue here at Guardians. And I'm going to hit back to go to the main page. Let's see if there's more. Oh, this is up my alley. We got to look, check this out here. Okay, published yesterday, February 19th. Scaffolding rises as refurbishment begins on St. Mark's Campanile Bell Tower at EPCOT's Italy Pavilion. Sounds good to me. Let's keep going. St. Mark's Campanile is under refurbishment for the second time in as many years. Earlier this week, scaffolding appeared around the base of the tower, and now it's starting to rise up the tower for refurbishment of the iconic landmark. We made it out to EPCOT this morning to take a look at the early stages of the refurbishment. St. Mark's Campanile Bell Tower refurbishment at EPCOT. As you can see in our photos below, the scaffolding reaches up to nearly the halfway point of the structure. All of the locations and offerings within the Italy Pavilion are unaffected by the work taking place at the bell tower. Here's a closer look. You can see the scaffolding there that reaches about mid-course or halfway up the tower. Lots of photos, good details. And we've come to the conclusion of that article. Let me hit back here as the camera jumps around because I only have two hands. Here, let's do at least one more here while we're in the queue. We saw this yesterday as well, but Elsa Topiary receives new icy blue cape for 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival. The 2025 EPCOT International Flower and Garden Festival is just around the corner, and preparations continue to bloom around the park, including a new look for a familiar topiary over in the Norway Pavilion. New this year is an icy blue cape for Elsa Topiary as she is joined by her sister Anna in a familiar spot. We made it out to EPCOT today to take a look. Anna and Elsa Topiary for 2025 EPCOT Flower and Garden Festival, and we're back. We've reached the upper level. However, this attraction is extremely popular. We'll talk about the attraction in a moment because I'm starting to get a little excited to experience this. But on to the rest of the article. You could find the Anna and Elsa Topiary in Norway along the World Showcase Promenade near the transition point to the China Pavilion. Anna and Elsa have been in this spot for a few years now, and they return with similar poses as years past. New this year is an icy blue cape for the Elsa Topiary. Here's a look. So the blue cape really stands out against the green topiary, that's for certain.
As time passed, Xandar became a galactic hub for advanced technology and innovative urban planning. From the start, Xandarians embraced the design principles that promoted a symbiotic relationship between our nature.
Blog Mickey is certainly an excellent photographer as well.
Xandar City's design
just so many great photos. All right, so at this point, I think we've, had our fair share of news here at EPCOT. So I'm going to disable the wireless feature on my phone as we check out this gorgeous model with projection mapping here. Real quick, I want to mention, I believe this model was created, of course, in 3D software and then 3D printed. And then what you're looking at, all lighting, of course, is the projection system. We're actually moving a little quicker than I thought we would past the model. I thought we'd have a chance to pause and admire all the charm of it, but I guess we'll check that out another time. In the meantime, I'll swing the camera here to the back side of this display. As I say, the front side is the opposite side, which is, all the good show going on over there.
Diversification of our architectural designs. As our urban center became denser, a central canal and supporting waterways helped expand.
And there's another
city power.
effect here in the queue that I'm pointing at. My attention's actually on the bat phone. I'm disabling the wireless feature. And I'm attempting to put the bat phone back in my pocket. And let me just get a closer look at this effect in the queue. Oh, we have a chat. Tiki Man fan is back. Back at it again, I see. That's what he says to me, Tiki Man fan. Back at it again, I see. And of course, there's a smiling emoji. That's right, Tiki Man fan. I am here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, simply because Walt Disney World Resort has announced they're ending the virtual queue here at, of course, Guardians, and as we experienced yesterday, at the Magic Kingdom, Tiana's Bayou Adventure. And Tiki Man fan says, hello at Julie, E-L-I-U-K. So Julie must be watching again. Hello, Julie, if you're there as well. But I'll turn the camera back to this particular effect here in the queue. How amazing. It might be a little hard to see on camera, but there's two sets of circular acrylic, in other words, glass or see-through. And the projection surface is actually on the interior, and I'm not quite sure how to describe it to the audience. If anybody in the chat knows more, let me know. But what I believe, it's an LED projection system, just like your TV, but instead of a panel projecting from the rear, it's just projecting in a circular fashion, I believe. But like I said, anybody in the chat know more? Because there's actually a cylinder of slightly different material that gives it a more, I don't know, mosquito netting look. It probably doesn't come across on camera, but here in person you could definitely see it. And I'm going to turn the camera. There's a large wall or partition off to our left-hand side obscuring our view. But in just a few moments, this queue line in front of us will start moving, most likely at an accelerated pace, and we'll move into one of the pre-shows here at Guardians. Tiki Man fan says the refresh rate is a bit off, but we can see it very well. You know, Tiki Man fan, I believe it is refreshing at a lower rate. In other words, I'm guessing if you're watching your TV at home, you're probably watching at, say, 60 hertz or 120 hertz. But when I watch this particular effect, it looks like it's off, like you are suggesting the refresh rate, which leads me to believe that it is not a high refresh rate, and it probably has to do with the cylinder. In other words, not a flat surface. I don't have any more information on it. But again, if anybody in chat knows more, I'd love to hear about it. Just on the other side of the queue railing here are some costumes from Xandar. Oh, Kenneth is back. Oh, hello there. Oh, one moment for everybody in the chat. Here we go. So you can take a photo. Just take a photo. Snap, snap. YouTube. Yes, fun to be free. That's me. So for everybody in the chat that's like, what is he doing talking to this other guest? We got more important stuff to talk about in the queue. There was a guest that was asking for my channel name that approached me. But back to Kenneth. Kenneth says, I am going to die surrounded by the biggest idiots in the galaxy. Gamora! There you go. It looks like Kenneth definitely is a Guardians fan. And here is the marquee ship that we saw on the exterior before we actually went up to the virtual queue entrance. What a neat little model, of course. In a moment, we'll go read the plaque, because I don't remember what the plaque says. Which I thought was, we passed it. Excuse me, I thought it was on this side, but okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. I really wanted to read the plaque. But here are those Nova Prime, Centurion, Millennium, Denarian, and the Corpseman, the costumes. Tiki Man fan says, hello at Kenneth.
Belonging to the court is a great honor.
There's actually, here we go.
Work at Nova in some capacity. So if you live on Xandar, Nova's
I'm trying to get a shot of the next effect here.
work together to promote the common cause of galactic harmony. The differences in rank are noted subtly in the star insignia on the arms. One horizontal arm before it, a team with Denarian, a cross for Millennium, a half-star Centurion like yourself, a full star
Oh, I'm sorry?
Are you streaming?
YouTube. Hold on. One moment.
How
Oh,
many photos?
YouTube. Here. Take a photo.
One, three.
Fun to be free. Fun to be free. Yeah. Thank you. Have a great day. More guests were inquiring about my channel name. And Kenneth says, at Tiki Man Fan, hello. And there's a nice little, I don't know what that emoji. Oh, one moment for everybody in the chat. One more guest wants to see me. That's okay.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fun to be free.
Fun to be free.
Or take photo.
Okay, a ver. Where are you from?
Here, Florida.
Okay.
YouTube, fun to be free. Yeah, that me right there.
Okay, thank you.
So yet again, another guest, nice guest, wanted to see my channel name. And Joel D, I believe Joel D is a new subscriber. Nice to meet you in line. Oh, did I say, is it J-O-I? I have bad eyes. J-O-I-E-D. Yes, excuse me, J-O-I-E-D. So I just met you, yes. Nice to meet you as well. Thank you for subscribing. As I said before, John with Fun to Be Free. We're here at the Walt Disney World Resort. We're streaming live here at the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. We're here to check out the Walt Disney World Resort, ending the virtual queue here for Guardians and also at Magic Kingdom Park. Tiana's Bayou Adventure actually made a video yesterday that Disney has announced that they're also ending Tiana's Bayou Adventure virtual queue as well. Be sure to check that out.
He is a close advisor to notify and leads our peacekeeping efforts on the strong logic. While these actions helped him rise to the North ranks to command his own ships.
You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT. As always, smash that like button. Like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to ring that notification bell. And here's one more of the effects. We can take a quick look. And there's another one that we'll see in a moment here. And I'm having a bit of a difficult time. But here are more examples of the costumes here at Guardians. And probably a little hard to read all of those plaques there, but I'm trying to swing around slowly here. Swing around the queue. Off to the right-hand side there is a large projection, but I don't know if we're going to have time to view the entire sequence, but we might as we swing around. The line is rocketing up ahead here. Here's another model ship, the Milano.
Not for the help we received from the Guardians of the Galaxy. I was fortunate to secure this exclusive interview with them.
And I'll swing the camera. There is another effect. Oh, there's Rocketing Groot.
Of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm the leader. And I'm also the captain. Captain leader.
I thought the leader was Star-Lord?
Nah, we only let him think that. And don't call him Star-Lord. His close friends call him Peter J. Quill.
Noted. So, it was your idea to help Santa?
Okay. Wasn't exactly my idea.
Is this the famous Groot? As Xandarian knows him, he wanted to save the rest of the Guardians that day of the battle. Tell us in your own words how that felt.
You okay?
Right here on this side.
He's got what you call a limited vocabulary. What he's trying to say is he didn't sacrifice himself for the sake of Star and Zando. Fortunately, he's plant-based, so we grew him back. And they grow up so fast, especially when you water them.
It would appear so. And then to my original question, whose idea was it to save Santa?
I know it's really
It
wrong.
was Quill's.
I work
He
on
had this
Marvel.
half-baked plan, and we saved his butt and his story.
I do know Marvel.
Okay,
I am
was
Groot.
I would love to make but we were all heroes that day.
I'll be back with more of the Guardians.
All right, I think we saw that sequence. I'm going to slowly turn the camera. Let's check out the Milano. There is some glare in the glass. I'll try to keep the camera moving to prevent that. But what an amazing piece of craftsmanship here. I don't know this for a fact, but if anybody in the chat does, I imagine this particular model ship was 3D printed and modeled in 3D software as well. Of course, there's probably a vinyl graphic that was printed on a plotter down below here on the base. And of course, you can see the nice little lighting effects here with the wires sticking out.
It's not often one gets to interview the most dangerous woman in the
And I can take a look at what we have to expect up ahead. There's not much of a queue left before we enter one of the pre-shows here.
Oh, yeah, he does. He really hates it.
So how did you Guardians end up teaming up with the Ravagers? They normally only work
For anybody in the chat, is Guardians one of your favorite attractions here at the Walt Disney World Resort or Epcot?
According to plan, we were completely out of work. In the end, though, we were able to defeat the Road Creek. But we couldn't have done it without Quill.
That's right.
And here he is now. Peter Quill, what do you have to say about this?
You know, I guess,
You're watching live streaming coverage from Epcot at the Walt Disney World Resort. The magic of possibility. Oh, here we go. I'm starting to get excited. I gotta hold the camera steady and I gotta go around this stanchion, the Q stanchion railing here. Just give me a second, we gotta slow down.
I cannot wait to get to go back and ride Horizons. Also want to see
Peter Quill says he's excited about riding Horizons here at Epcot. Okay, now I'm starting to get pretty excited about this. Let me just get in the corner here and I want to take a look at the crowd, of course, and maybe when the doors open. But here's what the crowd looks like. They're waiting to enter the pre-show here at the Guardians. I love the audio in the background music, and I'm actually going to turn the camera towards the wall to show you something real quick. It appears to me, and again, I'm going to ask the chat, if anybody knows more, because I don't know this for a fact, I'm going to get close to the wall, and I'm going to touch it. It appears that the materials on the wall that I'm touching now are 3D printed in nature as well. And of course, these little aluminum extruded channel moldings gives a nice touch. Also, the themed signage here, this particular example, of course, an emergency exit only, area refuge. Very neat little touches, just very clean in design. Even the little fire alarms go well. You get to, of course, see all of the LED style lighting and the louvered ceilings above. I'm gonna pull back here, and there are the doors. Caution, doors open automatically to you. Reminiscent, of course, of the universe of energy, or, you know, Ellen's Energy Adventure when you go into the pre-show, and then caution, doors open automatically towards you. Flashing in orange, classic Epcot font. Nothing beats the universe of energy. Of course, I'll even take Ellen. I like Ellen too, don't get me wrong, but as you probably know, I'm an Epcot fan and I want my Epcot original. And as we're standing here, you know, I'm getting excited just talking about Universe of Energy and Ellen's Energy Adventure, of course, in the exact spot that we are standing in. Anybody in the chat has strong feelings or is as passionate as I am about original Epcot? There is a cast member that just came through the double doors here, through that hallway. Pretty boring on the other side. Much better theme and show on this side. And I imagine in just a few moments here, the doors in front of us will open and we'll be entering at the pre-show. And our adventure will begin here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. This room is quite large in size. If I had to guesstimate how many people it holds, oh, maybe 100, 125 or so. Oh, the doors are open. I just missed it, but here we go. I'll pipe down so everybody in the chat can enjoy the pre-show.
Greetings, Terrans. I am Nova Prime Irani Rayan, commander of the Nova Corps. On behalf of all Xandarians, I hope you have enjoyed exploring the wonders of Xandar. As you have seen, your world and ours were born of the same moment, one which you refer to as the Big Bang. As such, we are all galactic neighbors in a vast universe which we and countless others share. For you to travel to Xandar would take 2.5 million years, assuming you had a ship that could fly at the speed of light. So we decided to come to you. But even we could not have reached you so easily were it not for the Cosmic Generator, an advanced piece of Xandarian technology that creates jump points, artificial tunnels that act as shortcuts, linking distant points in space. It is our desire to share this wondrous technology with your people so that together we might explore new worlds and create a brighter tomorrow. And now, as the culmination of the wonders of Xandar, you will be teleported to a Nova ship above your planet for a demonstration of the Cosmic Generator. I trust you will find it an unforgettable experience.
Welcome, people of EPCOT, EPCOTers, EPCOTians, citizens of EPCOT. Does anyone know what they call themselves? What? I'm on? Someone needs to tell me what I'm on. Welcome, EPCOT Terrans. I am Centurion Tal Merrick, and we're just about ready to teleport you up to the ship for the demonstration. As you're about to enter a secure Nova area, I must ask you to put away your Terran communication devices at this time. Recording of any type is strictly prohibited. I am very serious about this. Now, please step forward into the chamber. You're gonna love this.
Oh, and Blaine, I'm in line in the room before that.
Before we begin,
Nice to meet you, Blaine. Thank you for subscribing to Fun to Be Free. Maybe I'll see you in the load area, Blaine.
It's very similar to Xandarians. It should work. It'll work. So long as you are standing inside the lighted ramp. You do not want to know what happened last time someone did not stand where I told them to, okay? Stand by for teleportation. Here we go. You made it. I mean, of course you did. Nova Prime, they're ready.
Excellent. What you see before you is the Cosmic Generator. And in just a few moments, we'll be activating it so you can experience for yourselves what's happening.
I'm not sure. Our power's out. And the Cosmic Generator is gone.
Cheerio, Monarch. Go to Code Red. Prepare the fleet. And call the gardens. Now.
There is no cause for alarm. Turn off that alarm. I've got an important transmission coming in.
Hey, what's up, Nova Corps?
Our cosmic generator has been stolen.
What?
How?
What did we think of that? That thing's gotta be worth a fortune.
I am Groot.
Good question.
Yeah, who do you think took it?
Perhaps that really big man outside your ship. Well, that is a big man. I need to alert Nova Prime. I have been watching Terrans from the Orbs.
That's not tricky at all.
This species has failed.
Wait, whoa, we didn't even know there was a test.
He's got the cosmic generator. And he's creating a new jump point.
Jump point to where?
Not where. When?
It's some kind of mutant jump point.
He's going back to the dawn of time.
Dawn of time, why?
To erase an error.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Your time is over.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it's so vague?
The jump point is closing.
Wait, no, you're no according to follow that whatever it is until we get there.
We can't. Our power is down, and I've got to get these Terrans onto evacuation shuttles.
I got it. I reprogrammed the shuttles to follow through the jump point.
Wait,
What? Look, they're our only chance of keeping track of that whack job until we get the cosmic generator back. Piece of cake.
What? There's Kate. Where's the Kate? The odds are impossible,
Yeah.
but it's our only shot. Good luck.
Are you sure you can control it?
Come on, it's me. We got this.
We're all toast. First it was cake, now there's toast. This plan is making me so hungry. Terrence, listen up. You need to make your way to the evacuation shuttles now. Follow with me. I mean, when we get our power back. This planet of Guardians doesn't stand a chance. What? Mr. Owen? What did I just say? You need to tell me what I'm on. Are you Terrence still there? Everything is under control. We're rebooting our subsystems and we'll have the power back soon. We do hope you enjoyed your brief visit with us. Over and out. Could this day get any worse?
Warning! Novacorp's Star Jumper shuttles are thrilling high-speed turbulent rides that go forward and backwards through the dark and include sharp turns, sudden drops, and stops. Of course, safety video overhead, how to load in the vehicle, stow loose articles. I love this part of the attraction where if you choose to look over to your right-hand side, you can see the load area down below, of course, with the trains, the vehicles coming back into the station, fresh from unload. Or you could choose to go to your left-hand side and look in this portal glass, and you can see where the vehicle or the train could advance out into the attraction. If we stay here long enough, we could see one of the trains advance, or maybe the track switch. Not quite certain what train is going to come first. Well, there we go. Here, we're in luck now. You can see the train dispatch from the load area into the show building or the gravity box. pretty cool stuff. So we'll continue down the queue. And of course, this attraction has a high ride capacity. So it just sucks the people down and eats them. You saw all the people just disappear. Well, look again, there's the train advancing into the load area. And I love the load area. It's so well lit, it's so well themed. It's essentially got acoustic control so it doesn't echo in here. I'm very excited. This is, I'm not gonna make an overstatement, but this is the actual genuine truth. This is my favorite roller coaster in the entire world, and I could describe it or sum it up in one word: fun. It's the most fun attraction that I've ever experienced. Of course, you know that I love Rise of the Resistance, but it's a whole different level of experience. That attraction on Rise is just an entire experience, whereas this is just so much fun here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. And if we look down below here, it's probably really dark, but you can see some orange or greenish in color LEDs along the roller coaster track. And there is the vehicle being loaded now with the various load gates. And we have a new chat. Oh, a new subscriber, Scuda Adventures. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, hello, Scuda Adventures. Welcome to the channel. John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. We're walking down the load ramp here into the station, and it looks like there is essentially nobody in front of us. And the cast member up here is going to go, who is this guy with a camera awkwardly walking towards me? I just have one myself. Just one guy here, one, just me. Thank you so much, I'm sorry. So, nice cast member is showing me my way to my vehicle. And in just a moment, I'll pause and I'll try to hold the camera higher so we could get a view of these guests loading into the train here. They are now loading on, I would say, one of EPCOT's best attractions, because you know EPCOT, all its classic opening day attractions, nothing beats it, but this attraction is just so much fun. Of course, cast member is grouping all the guests now into the various rows.
Rows 4 and 3.
Oh, just one, please. Row 2. So thank you so much. So we're going to sit what appears to be, of course, as everybody knows in the chat, towards the front of the train, but when in fact it's actually near the rear of the train. So you could call it the first vehicle or the last vehicle, depending on the orientation once we're in the show building. But we're going to sit in row number 2. And I'm going to attempt to get the train advancing into the station. As I reach awkwardly into my pocket to grab the bat phone, I'm going to take it from my rear pocket and put it in one of my front pockets because I don't want to sit on it. I also have my sunglasses that are hanging on my shirt, but I should take them off and hold them. But you can see these guests loading into the vehicle. And in just a moment, yeah, cast wants us on. So there we go. Pull down the lap bar. Scuda Adventure says, I'm a brand new subscriber to your channel. Well, thank you, Scuda Adventures. Thank you for subscribing. So these trains are extremely comfortable. They're wide. And I'm going to turn the camera so you can see the guests waiting to load onto the next train here just before we dispatch into this amazing and thrilling attraction, and the excitement's probably palpable. Oh, yes, there you go.
Hold your glasses and camera, you have to pull it down, okay? You cannot have it over here.
Hold it down, got it,
yeah.
Got it. I will hold the camera down. Yes, it's probably better. The cast member said we're gonna hold the camera down, so I'll put it somewhere over here for every viewer in the chat. Thank you, have a great day.
Headed for the jump point. This plan is never gonna work. Rocket! Well, okay,
I walked onto your vehicle.
We'll be right behind you.
Nothing to worry about. Most we cannot stop this unusually large man. Then you're likely doomed.
Rex!
Noise? No one's gonna stop rock and roll from existing.
What have we done?
I think we jumped back. All the way back.
Yes!
All the way to the Big Bang?
The Big Bang, the Ding Dang. Slight delay.
That is not a word. There is. Stands for every person comes tired. The Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay. Gotta get out of the Star Jumper. We just unloaded. Here we go. We'll take a quick shot as it advances back to load. There it goes. Back to load. And on the opposite side, there's another train as well. Going back to the load area. And in just a moment, not quite certain what side's going to come in next, but it could be the track switch. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the track switch didn't switch these guests unload. All these guests are unloading off their star jumper, and we'll point. Yes, sir. Nice cast member saying gonna exit, so we're gonna exit, follow the direction. There's a large set of steps here at the exit area or unload. We're going to navigate to the top. And I believe directly under this, anybody in the chat know more, but doesn't the trains advance under this position here? So we actually have to walk over the track in this area. There is an elevator for accessibility as well. And another set of very steep steps. I'm going to hold the hand railing. We're going to go back to ground level. Look at the elevation difference. How tall, high, or the elevation that we came out from the unload platform there. Here at the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. And if you look carefully, I believe that sign is indicating EPCOT. Is that correct? I don't know. Or does it just say exit? I don't know. EPCOTarian. Here is a mirror with a sign, and it says slowly fill up the camera around this direction. There's another elevator for accessibility. And we're back outside now at EPCOT. Oh, it is bright out here. I'm just gathering my thoughts and compiling. A refresh. Well, I could attempt to refresh it where the screen goes black. If you give me just a moment here. Okay, so I believe we're back. I refreshed the video. We're walking towards the Treasures of Xandar. It's the post-show shop here at the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Let me get a shot overhead before we enter this merchandise location here in World Discovery at EPCOT. Cutstown Comment says, whatever you just did, I'm hoping it worked. Cutstown Comet, did it work? I refreshed the video and audio.
We have so much with your delights. Please feel free to look around.
Oh, I'm having a little difficulty juggling the bat phone and the streaming phone. But while we're in the store, let's check out some merchandise.
If you have visited our Wonders of Sandar Pavilion, then you know the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, there's a baby Groot.
Heroes
Little baby Groot.
What you may not know is I am a personal friend of Peter Quill. If you see him, don't mention it.
Oh, hey, I got it.
To make a big deal
For everybody in the
of
chat, we can't forget about baby Groot.
He has been.
Cutstown Comet says, yes, much better. I'm glad that worked, Cutstown Comet. Thank you so much for that comment. So you could enjoy live streaming coverage from EPCOT. Of course, we're discussing the Walt Disney World Resort ending the virtual queue system here, and we just unloaded off Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, and there is or are some plushes. Of course, a Rocket and Groot. There's all kinds of merchandise themed to the Guardians of the Galaxy. I see in the parks, of course, a lot of these t-shirts, fashion, and apparel items being worn in the parks that are themed, of course, to Rocket, Groot, and Guardians, since it is a popular franchise and very popular movie, series of movies. There's also some other items here. I don't see these in the parks that often, but you know, they're a little expensive at that price point. But I have seen them when Guardians was newer, the attraction, the ride. That's what I'm suggesting. There is actually, you know, a few people in there, a handful. I thought it'd be a lot more people than this. Anybody in the chat know more? Is the Guardians of the Galaxy merchandise like kind of waning out? Is it kind of evaporating, disappearing, losing its luster? Or is it just, there's just a different crowd, a different guest flow, different types of people here at the parks today? This weekend, I believe, is a Walt Disney World Marathon. So we'll probably talk about that more in a future video. But there are some themed merchandise items here that I actually really like, simply because it's reminiscent of original EPCOT. See, look at this. You know, Peter Quill, come to EPCOT as a kid, experiencing Horizons, one of the best attractions ever built. And of course, these shirts and sweatshirts, I would say, is very reminiscent of EPCOT. And here's a good example, of course, Spaceship Earth on it as well, with the colors, very 80s. Of course, you know, I'm an 80s child, but look at this sweatshirt. Not bad at all. Other World Showcase, of course, in one of the most amazing fonts ever created. I'm a font guy, F-O-N-T, the World Showcase font, lovely, lovely, with Spaceship Earth, of course, with the Guardians and the Milano. But this shirt too. Doesn't this shirt almost scream opening day Epcot? If you're a Move Guardians logo and the actual text, it's very Epcot, especially if you added a Spaceship Earth right here. I love it. And it's so 80s if you ask me. It needs like matching jams. Everybody remember jams? J-A-M-S from the 80s? So let me check the chat here. Cutstown Comet said, "No, you're doing fine. Your stream is making me warm. Snow. I believe you say it's snowing, and 24 here in Pennsylvania. So 24 degrees in Pennsylvania. Oh boy, I thought it was cold here. See, I'm a wuss, Florida and California boy. I can only handle, 72 degrees. That's my low temperature." Cutstown Comet says, "Yep, love the old school." That's correct. You are correct. I got a Peter Quill jacket. And you know what's actually pretty cool? I really like how the Walt Disney World Resort is utilizing merchandise for the young explorers. And if you visit many popular world-class attractions here at the resort, they have ride vehicles. I love the ride vehicle, like I was mentioning before. The ride vehicle is very comfortable to sit in. This gives you a good orientation, how we actually sat in the vehicle and everybody's doing, "John, you're just sitting in the vehicle." Yeah, what I'm saying is they're quite wide. They accommodate guests from smaller sizes, like small children, to larger adults. very nice and comfortably. 2 adults can sit together, because you've probably been on other roller coaster train vehicles and they're quite narrow, quite small, and it's uncomfortable. You can see Groot, he's got the really long legs. I know it's just a toy, but they could accommodate taller guys like myself, and my knees don't get stuck from underneath the lap bar. Where you go to other attractions, other coasters, other ride manufacturers, other vendors, other companies, and it's hard for me to actually fit in some of the ride vehicles, getting in and out, especially vehicles with lap bars. My knees, I guess, just kind of get stuck. They really don't make it for taller guys, it seems like. But here's more old school for Kutztown Comet. Look, Awesome Mix, Volume 1. And for all the older folks, you'll remember this. Making actual tapes, recording them off the radio. What a time to be alive. All right, so everybody's probably worn out with all the merchandise items here. And one thing I quickly want to mention, mobile checkout, exit here. Nice cast member could assist you. But we're going to go back outside, which is probably going to end up being bright. So I'm going to put my sunnies back on.
I know. And I was like, I wanted to hold Ron's hand, but could not. I could only
And over to the right-hand side, of course, there is the virtual queue and lightning lane that we entered this world-class attraction. And over in this direction, I just wanted to take a quick shot of this sign, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. It's the DAS or DAS, Rider Swift Assistance, if you're in need of that. And then I will turn there. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And I'm attempting to walk towards the front of this attraction here in World Discovery. And of course, World Discovery has 3 major attractions. One of them we just experienced, Guardians. And there was one other attraction which I'll get a shot of over in this direction. Mission Space, which replaced Horizons. For anybody in the chat that rode Horizons, comment down below, tell me your experiences. I would have to say Horizons is regarded as one of the best attractions ever created of all times. Horizons is simply amazing.
Are you fun to be free?
I am, yes sir. Hold on, for everybody in the chat, is it okay for me to turn the camera towards you? Oh, okay. We have some guests here that are asking, am I fun to be free? Yeah, so hello everyone, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Who am I speaking with?
I'm Glenn.
Oh, hello there, nice to meet you guys. Have you been watching my channel?
Yeah, we played the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, you were in the queue, so you're a new subscriber? Yeah, okay, I see, I got it now. Thank you so much. Do you want to share your quick thoughts about Guardians of the Galaxy?
Sure, it's great. We love the music. I loved it. It was the best one I rode today. I
agree 100%. It's just so much fun. I was saying you could describe this attraction in one word, fun. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Do you have anything else to add? Beautiful, beautiful. And real quick, the video today, of course, you probably saw is about the virtual queue ending. Do you think it's beneficial for other guests that it ends?
I mean, I guess so.
I'm just saying yes, because you don't have to get up early to get it, because you guys were probably like me, had to get up early, get there at 7, refresh, and get it, right? But you guys are professionals. Are you annual pass holders this year?
I don't know. We're here on a band trip.
Oh, okay. So where are you from?
Alabama.
Oh, Alabama, okay. Well, welcome. Enjoy your stay. I'm glad you stopped me. It was nice talking to you. I enjoy the guest interactions. Thank you again. Have a great time. Nice meeting you all. Bye-bye. Hello there. So nice guests, like I was saying before, it's always nice talking to new people, getting their experiences here at the Walt Disney World Resort. And I will flip the camera at the ship overhead, and you can see the gorgeous Central Florida sky now. And don't forget the best view at EPCOT, because you got the ship in the foreground and stunning Spaceship Earth in the background with the gorgeous blue sky. Simply amazing. The only thing that would make it better, of course, is a monorail cycling on the monorail beamway. But I guess we just can't get that lucky today. We're going to gently pull back here, and there is a Disney PhotoPass photographer here trying to take photos, but I guess the guests are just about to get ready here, so we're going to use the actual pathway to get on the other side, not to interrupt them any further. And I just wanted to swing around here in the courtyard And I want to get back on track. I was talking about World Discovery, 3 attractions in World Discovery: Guardians, Mission Space, replacing Horizons, and off in the distance, I'm sure everybody in the chat's aware, Test Track. Third generation of Test Track coming soon. Of course, I'll share a quick story that goes nowhere, as I probably always say. I never actually experienced World of Motion. My first visit here to the Walt Disney World Resort to EPCOT was in May of 1996. And as I shared before, my parents took me here and I was pestering them for years. So that's a quick shot of Test Track. The point is, Test Track replaced World of Motion, and World of Motion is the only original attraction that I really didn't experience here at EPCOT. And you could say, but John, there are other attractions that closed before World of Motion, like Backstage Magic. Yes, I know Backstage Magic was, closed before essentially anybody experienced, but we could do a whole video on Backstage Magic. That would be awesome with Julie. Oh, there is a monorail here, a monorail traversing the Beamway, coming in to Epcot Center to head towards the World Showcase Lagoon and then reverse this direction back out to the Epcot station. But while we're here, I'm just going to swing the camera back in the general direction of the Lightning Lane entrance and virtual queue entrance, and then walk around aimlessly. But where I was going with my story is 3 attractions in World Discovery. So again, Guardians, and then Mission Space, and currently closed Test Track, the reimagining going on. Of course, 3rd generation of this attraction in this location. And you're saying, but there's only 2 Test Tracks. But so, got to remember 1997 version, then there was an update after that, sponsored of course by Chevrolet, and this will be the 3rd Test Track coming in. And if you look carefully, you can actually see the canopy under construction. We could walk over there. But I just wanted to spend as much time as in World Discovery as possible. And while we're here, I just wanted to mention there is a little kiosk here, Joffrey's. Here, let me get closer. A little closer so everybody can see it. A Joffrey's Coffee and Tea Company. They have some featured items. Let's go look at the featured items real quick. Awesome lemonade, iced strawberry dip mocha latte, iced espresso chai, and a Joffrey's espresso martini. So featured offerings. They also have, for, of course, Festival of the Arts, the Color Craze Latte and Donut. I hear these are pretty popular. There's an entire donut on top of it. I'm a little partial to, I don't know what it was, maybe about 2 years ago, they had one over at the Columbia Harbor House, themed to the Haunted Mansion, with an entire donut on top. I was a little partial to that item there. But I'm slowly gonna turn the camera, as you can probably see off in the distance, Connections Eatery entrance in that direction there. And then of course, everybody knows this, rookie tip, there's restrooms right through that entrance, because I want to do a whole video on restrooms at Epcot one day, and everybody's going to go, why would you want to do that? Because I want to talk about guest flow in the restrooms. Here's the point of the story about the restrooms real quick. There essentially are minimal restrooms here on this east side of the park. There's really only one major one, if you will. The major one, of course, the restroom block located up ahead here that we can visit here in a moment. Whereas the opposite side of Epcot has a lot more restrooms in each pavilion, and this side has lacking restrooms. But we'll focus back here on World Discovery. Right now, we are looking at the Donald Topiary. Let the guests get out of the way here. Donald Topiary here in World Showcase for the upcoming 2025 Epcot Flower and Garden Festival. And it is looking pretty good here. I'll look down at the flowers. We could even get a little closer shot here. As I previously stated, the Walt Disney World horticultural team just does an excellent job here. So beautiful. And I'm slowly gonna turn the camera around and you can get a great shot of the guest experience team umbrellas. How wonderful. But we could also visit Baby Groot. Baby Groot we visited earlier, but we could come back and check. As I previously mentioned, Baby Groot, they moved locations. Baby Groot was actually over in this general direction here. I'm pointing off here. So on the other side of this grassy knoll underneath the beamway and in those trees, that's where Groot was the previous year. I believe Last year was the first year for Baby Groot. If I'm incorrect, somebody let me know in the chat, but I recall that was new for last year, it seemed like. And last year, if you look in the actual cassette tape, the little eyelets, the holes, the wheels, they actually animated or moved, they turned. But I don't know if they're gonna animate this year or if this display is off since, you know, Flower and Gardens hasn't started yet, but we'll see. But either way, beautiful display. And let's swing the camera over to the left-hand side. You could probably hear some clamoring, some commotion here. So we are gonna approach the test track entrance. We can't go too far, but of course, in the test track post-show, there were vehicles that, you know, you can view, and say they brought 3 of them out here, 3 vehicles from Chevrolet, since Chevrolet is the sponsor for this attraction that's upcoming and the past attractions as well. But you could see some construction going on here. So if you look over the gray construction wall with a big logo, the brand new logo, which I really, really like that new logo. I really like the old logo too, because what's not to like at EPCOT? You're gonna hear me say this a lot. Everything at EPCOT, all the changes, they definitely plus, and they definitely are doing a good job here at EPCOT. I love it. But the point I'm trying to make is you see the construction workers in their fluorescent yellow and their hard hats. They are hard at work at the new awning that, of course, if you look at the concept art that Disney has announced previously, it depicted this awning in this oval shape here. They're working on it. They're putting, looks like, the exterior plywood paneling on. So still under construction. But of course, World of Motion represented a wheel, and the building is circular in shape, thus representing a wheel. Yes, I know. Okay, so we're gonna gently pull back here, and you can get a quick shot of a Corvette, Chevrolet Corvette, yellow in color. And we're gonna point the camera in the general direction of one of the best views here at EPCOT as well, Spaceship Earth. Love it. Of course, Communicore building, original Communicore building, which of course, you know, now it's not called that, Connections Eatery, but hey, close enough. At least we retain one of the Communicore buildings on World Discovery side, or the east side of the park, versus losing one of the original Communicore buildings on the west side of the park. But I love, love, love how Spaceship Earth just pokes out right overhead of the rooftop. And up ahead here is the Baby Groot topiary again, and this is the restroom block that I was talking about. This is the only major restroom block here in World Discovery. And as if you frequent this restroom, you'll notice, or you know from experience, that the women's side has a line out the door sometimes, not all the time, but quite often when I come, when there is high attendance here at EPCOT. A good judge to see, of course, how crazy busy it is. Come to this restroom. You'll find out pretty quick. Okay, I also wanted to mention, as I'm swinging the camera around again, so for guest use, I could be wrong, but I don't think they offered, you know, advertised, I'll just use the word or phrase advertised restrooms here at Test Track for guest use. And then Mission Space, which you can see poking up just through the landscaping, through the grassy knoll underneath the beamway, the monorail, that for guest use doesn't have, you know, advertised restrooms as well. But of course, Space 220 restaurant, the table service dining experience does, but you can't enter there, you know, because you need a reservation for access. But at any rate, Guardians of the Galaxy doesn't have advertised restrooms as well. So that's why I was mentioning, of course, inside Connections Eatery, there are a set of restrooms there. And I believe that is the closest one that is not, how should I say this? It's not as well known to most guests as, say, the restroom block that we just pointed out on the other side of Baby Groot. So in other words, I believe, just my personal opinion, that most guests utilize these restrooms because they're in proximity to Connections Eatery and they're just not familiar with where the restrooms are in this area or in World Discovery. But the average guest would probably end up using this restroom block over here, which is I should say, as far as I know or remember looking at documents, items, photos, videos, it was here on opening day, this particular restroom block. Let me check the chat because I believe I have been ignoring it. And Tiki Man fan says, hello at Scuda Adventures at Cutstown Comet. So there you go, Tiki Man is back. Tiki Man, do you have any other words of wisdom to offer here in World Discovery as I talk about your favorite subject matter, restrooms? We could actually get a better shot of these restrooms, and while we're looking at it, everybody in the chat's gonna go, you're gonna look at restrooms? Yes, I am, because I am a signage guy. You know, when I say signage, S-I-G-N-A-G-E, signage. I love the signage. Look at the fonts, of course. Classic Possibility font, Possibility Bold EPCOT font, the new font, of course, indicating the icons of the men and women. And I could actually get a little closer to the sign below. These Custodial cast members here are changing out the trash can linings, but I wanted to show you how it's not a flat sign against the wall. It actually comes out from the wall. I love it. See, and of course you could see the reddish color depicting World Discovery. Another quick mention, obviously, all the trash cans, all the signage, red in nature, depicts where you are in the park. In other words, color coded. Another great feature here at EPCOT. You could always know where you are by just looking at the color. But again, the sign overhead, the signage sticks out from the wall. It's amazing. I love the grayish color contrasting with the white font, Possibility Bold. But we're gonna head up here and we're actually gonna check out the 2025 EPCOT International Festival of the Arts, some of the festival marketplaces in the booths real quick. I previously did a video, but I don't think we made it over here. We focused on World Showcase. Here's some examples of some talented artists. Oh, hello there. How are you? Nice to see you. Here's labeled Promenade Fine Arts. And these are quite large pieces of art, of course, painted by very talented people. And I'm sure they are very expensive. Oh, hello there. Very expensive as well. Oh, excuse me, valuable. And if you offer other items, they'd be more reasonable, right? But you're gonna say no. No, okay. No, yeah. No, but real quick, yeah. Real quick, I appreciate all the, talented artists and all the work hours that go into this. But I'm just, kind of wandering around. Some weird guy with the camera. Anyways, but look at these tables. End tables, coffee tables, sideboards. Look at the craftsmanship that goes into this. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And I do not want to touch it, but I believe what you're looking at is actually metal. Real metal and glass. And you've heard me say before, I love touching real metal and glass, especially like, the new iPhone 16 Pro Max. When you touch it, it just feels amazing. There's nothing like touching metal and glass. Real materials, durable. Look at, just unbelievable. Beauty and the Beast. Unreal level of craftsmanship that goes into this. Let me check the chat again. Tiki Man fan says, I'm good with the current restroom banter. Okay, Tiki Man fan says, let's go on. So you are getting looks of course, Promenade Fine Arts, and we're gonna slowly back up here, turn. I don't know exactly where to point the camera because we're, immersed, we're surrounded. A theater in the round, a circle vision, a circarama, if you will, at Disneyland. But we're just gonna take a quick look. Here's some more art pieces for everybody in the chat to enjoy. And as we approach the original Communicore building, there's another entrance to Creation Shop, but everybody in the chat's going, of course we know this. Come on, child's play. So, just take a quick look, point out the Possibility font, Possibility Bold, love it. Quickly back up and turn the camera. And I need a fuel rod. I'm debating whether I should, let me do this. I'm gonna go back into the heart of World Discovery and get a fuel rod. And Tiki Man fan will roll his eyes again and say, another fuel rod? Yeah, I haven't been keeping track, Tiki Man fan, of how long it takes, and here's why. I've mentioned this before. Because 2 cameras, 1 phone, the cable, the USB-C cable coming out of the fuel rod has 3 leads or 3 cables. It's like a squid. It's got 3 tentacles coming out. And sometimes, depending on my needs, I unplug 1, 2, or 2 of them. Right now I have 1 unplugged and I'm just feeding the cameras. So they vary between 1, 2, and 3 charging devices at a time. So I haven't quite figured out exactly how long the devices need to charge. But like I said before, the 2 cameras I have are quite power hungry. The DJI Pocket 3 and the DJI Action 4. They just suck down the juice. And of course, there's a liquid layer here. It's an interactive water feature for the Junior Explorers. There's also some misting going on over there. You can see them. Oh, and here's one feature that I do love. Tiki Man fan may roll his eyes. Umbrella talk. They pulled out the umbrellas and they painted them, of course, with, of course, like I was mentioned before, the reddish in color, indicating World Discovery, and on top white, and they hang over, of course, the EPCOT original benches. And over in this direction here, as we previously stated, that's where the baby Groot was stationed last year. And this planter up here, everybody in the chat may know what I'm talking about. Every time, you know, I come over to this area, I just go, why can't we have Horizons back? Why did Horizons have to go? Why is there no Horizons marquee here? Because this is the original planter. The original marquee sign, the sign was right here where those green hedges are, and it said, Horizons, all shining and new. I can't sing as I always say, but I really miss Horizons, and you walk up and you actually see the Horizons show building. You walk in and get an Omni Mover that's suspended. I mean, you've heard me talk before. You had me at Omni Mover, but then suspended Omni Mover? George McGinnis suspended Omni Mover? Yeah. Tom Fitzgerald suspended Omni Mover? Yes. Of that ilk, of that fame. But we're actually headed towards the post-show shop. We're going to get a replacement fuel rod. And as I always say, bear with me. I need to get a fuel rod to continue bringing this live streaming coverage from EPCOT. So this particular shop here is the Mission Space Cargo Bay, Gear and Supplies. Another mouthful of lingo. We're gonna go in the doorway here. Give the camera a moment to adjust because it's super bright outside, super dark inside. Right up ahead is the fuel rod portable charger station that is being currently occupied by guests. But I heard the satisfying sound, so they're gonna be out of our way in just a moment. In the meantime, I will check the chat.
To start off, we went probably this big bit. So this is off the ground.
Oh, we got a lot of chats. Tiki Man Fest says, take your time on the artwork. Okay, Tiki Man fan. So I see you're a man of fine art. So maybe we could go revisit it. Okay, now I know. Tiki Man fan also says, I like that you make use of the batteries for all that you carry. All right, well, thank you, Tiki Man fan. Tiki Man fan also says, why would I roll my eyes about umbrellas? Added shade. Oh, so you are like me. You don't want to stand in the sun at all times of the day, and you just seek shade here in the Central Florida sunshine, even though beautiful days. I just can't be out in the sun, you know, at all times. So I always look for AC, I always look for shade, just like Tiki Man fan. And Kenneth says, Disney World employs a workforce of approximately 77,000 cast members who contribute to the operation and get us experience within the resort. You are correct, Kenneth. However, I don't know that exact number, if it's around there, but I'm relying on that number. But I would, if you would have just said, how many are here? I would have said probably 68,700. Because that's somewhere in that ballpark is the last figure I saw. But I imagine they keep adding more cast to it, to the roster, to the roles, to their list. So that just keeps going up. I do believe the guests have used the fuel rod. And so I am going to attempt to grab a new one here if you just give me a moment. In the meantime, Tiki Man fan says, because Horizons fell prey to Walt Disney World's need to bring in even more people. Yeah, it's too bad. Michael Eisner did a lot of good things, but that's one decision where I go, come on, Horizons. It was Horizons. Okay, here's a fuel rod. Swap. There, swap. So of course I'm gonna put the fuel rod in. It's eating it right now. Boom, we have a fuel rod. So I'm going to back out of this particular post-show shop, go back outside, of course, give the camera a moment to adjust, and it probably will bounce around because you've heard this before. I got to put the fuel rod back in the holder and then pop in the USB-C cable. We got green LEDs, that's good. And I'll check the chat in a moment, but I'm still just plugging in some cables. The camera's probably wildly bouncing around as I do this. As I said before, I have one hand available, and I have to plug in the USB-C cable leads. But I need to get my sunnies before I look at the screen because my eyes are being blinded by the sun.
You want to head to a place where we can...
So as I was mentioning before, that's the backside of the Horizons planter that, you know, these little concrete walls are original. And if you look carefully or closely here, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty certain, I'm gonna get down towards the ground level. You could see a deviation, or there's a line, like a horizontal line. In other words, it appears to me that the new paving that I'm standing on that was recently poured for Mission Space is actually at a lower elevation than the original paving that when Horizons was here. In other words, below this line, I think the original paving was about yay tall, and of course now they lowered it. It probably has to do with drainage. Anybody in the chat know more? I'll slowly pan the camera back around. Of course, what I'm talking about, all the paving you see here, literally, except for the planter walls, is brand new. They actually replaced what I'm standing on now, and of course all this colorful glass infused concrete paving, which they did a great job on, don't get me wrong. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Mission Space because it did replace Horizons, and I'm sure there's many people in the chat that do appreciate Mission Space. I'm just saying it doesn't hold a candle or flame to Horizons, how amazing Horizons was. But there are guests that do love experiencing this attraction, and it is WDI, or Walt Disney Imagineering, did a good job with this attraction. But real quick, I just want to mention that it makes me a little queasy, a little motion sick. Of course, as you know, you're loading in a centrifuge from a ride system that was actually a company that, you know, builds systems for NASA. So what do you expect? Makes people sick. But anyways, we'll move on from that. But I want to go back to paving. Up ahead is the Space 220 restaurant. But again, all this paving literally has been replaced, just patchwork. So they've been replacing a lot of paving here at EPCOT, and what I believe they've been doing, of course, is updating, of course, the theming of it, but also drainage. So there's probably drainage issues, but anybody in the chat know why the elevation has changed here? But like I said before, I think it has to do with the way during the storm surge, it didn't drain properly. So here's a good example. You could see one of the drains here, smaller in size, nonetheless, you can see the elevation change. I'll point out to where I believe the old level was when Horizons was here, and they had to change it for drainage. I believe. I don't know that for a fact. But as we head over in this general direction, you can actually see the marquee for Mission Space here in World Discovery. Don't get me wrong, horticultural team does a great job. Signage is great, fonts are great, you know, everything's great. It's just this particular attraction replaced, I think, one of the truly timeless and classics. EPCOT truly lost when, if I remember correctly, somebody could correct me, but what is it? January 9th, 1999, Horizons closed. On that day was a sad day for me. I actually visited it, not the last day, but I was there near the last day to experience Horizons. But let me check the chat again. Tiki Man Fan also says, I already mentioned that the shade in Toy Story Land was critical. Why would I roll my eyes about umbrellas? But you're right, Tiki Man Fan. It's just that a lot of my content, I believe, most people in the chat do not appreciate it to the level of our nerdiness, I guess. That's the best way I want to describe it. But I'm going to slowly pan the camera over here, just give you another shot. You can see the gray-ish construction wall. We're looking now at Test Track 3.0. And on the other side, like we saw earlier, the canopy under construction. Of course, you could see the ride system track, the literal track on the exterior of Test Track. That's a lot of tracks in there. A lot of people are probably saying boring, but I'll slowly turn the camera over here to this food and beverage location, sponsored in part by outdoor vending here at EPCOT. I really like how they took the original structure. Of course, they redressed it, they plussed it. They have, of course, the iconic Spaceship Earth reminiscent Alucobond tiles displayed, of course, in a new upbeat pattern. If I look overhead, I really like the little icons, the logos of the popcorn, the pretzel, and of course the drink cup. It definitely, displays what this ODV or outdoor vending location sells. They also have, the Mickey pretzels, and the popcorn is looking pretty good. And of course, you can see the reddish color indicating World of Discovery. It's another example. One quick mention while we're here, I want to show you some planters that I really, really like. The planters in this area that are frequented less by guests and nobody really walks down them are these. Don't you just love it? When you came to Horizons, it just wasn't the attraction interior that you could experience. You could come down and hang out in one of these various areas. And while as we're talking about it, there's another big storm drain because the elevation, look at, it's very low in this area. They also doubled as seating. You can come over here and chill out on a nice evening. It was always just nice coming over here. And of course, the background audio that played in this area, circa 1999, and I should say from 1983 to about 1999. Oh man, nothing like coming over here. And you can see Horizons just glimmering in the twilight. Just over in this direction, as we see Mission Space Now taking its place. But there's actually another planner on the other side. We should go over there. And as we do that, I'll actually check the chat again. Tiki Man Fan says, my first ride on Mission Space was back when they only had the original ride. I was certainly queasy for at least a half hour after. Never needed to do that again. Okay, Tiki Fan Man, you are correct. Okay, so here's my experience. I could tell you. So it's just lame as always. My stories go nowhere. So I was actually a guest in the park, and I at that time, of course, worked at Disneyland. I worked there for, 22 years, whatever it was. But during that trip out here, while living in Southern California and experiencing EPCOT, because I love coming to EPCOT, that was my whole reason for coming to the Walt Disney World Resort, and all the other parks would be just, on the wayside. I'd always try to spend most of my time here at EPCOT because I'm a very passionate man when it comes to EPCOT. But the point of the story is, I was talking to one of the contractors that they were actually doing a cast member preview for Mission Space. And so I talked my way in to actually trading him work IDs, in other words, cast member IDs. So I gave him my Disneyland ID and he gave me his Walt Disney World contractor ID. And he said, here, go have fun, kid. And I go, I'll tell you what, just so you know, I'm serious about this and I won't run away. Give me your phone number. And you could even take my driver's license because I can't get on a plane without this license unless I come back to you and give you your work ID and we could switch them back. And in fact, he did. And at that point, I was able to go up to the nice cast members, show them that I was a contractor at Walt Disney World Resort, gain access to Mission Space during cast member previews that Disneyland cast members were not allowed to attend for whatever reason. Don't ask, whole nother story. At any rate, when I rode the attraction, Tiki Fan Man, I agree with you, and here's my in-depth, detailed experience. So as I'm talking about this, we can walk over here. So I kept hearing rumors how Walt Disney Imagineering needed to tone down the ride because it was way too intense for an average guest, to the point, the stories I heard, that the show programmers at WDI, at any point when they were programming the attraction and they would turn their head, it didn't matter who they were, even if they didn't have, if they weren't suffering from motion sickness, if they were able to ride attractions, roller coasters, things that went around in circles, ride systems, they were trained professionals because they would program on the cycling vehicles, if you will. They were, the rumor I heard, of course, they'd turn their head and no matter who they were, they'd throw up. So they had to keep toning it down during testing, and they got to a point or a level that they felt comfortable with before the cast member previews. So that's the version I rode. But here's where I'm going with this. When I rode this attraction before it opened, okay, I remember being on that thing and being so queasy, so crazy, and putting my arm up on the console, you know, where the LCD monitor is, and I could feel the meat, the muscle, like the ligaments, just the skin, just separating from literally the bone in my arm. And I'm gonna say this, I'm not making that up, I'm not over embellishing. I could feel the muscles pulling away from the bone of my arm. That's how intense the vehicle was, or the ride system, the centrifuge, before this attraction opened. Very intense. And I actually heard after I rode it, and by the way, I called the contractor and we switched IDs, thanked him. Went on my merry way, and you know, years later I'm telling you this lame story. The point is, it was crazy intense when I rode it, and I heard that they toned it down immediately after those cast member previews because it was just way too intense, and the response they received from the cast said it was that most people couldn't handle it. But we are approaching actually the standby entrance and the lightning lane. The standby does say 15 minutes. In a moment, I will turn the camera so you can see more of this interior. Just give me a second here. So there's the green mission, less intense training with the standby entrance at 10 minutes. And we just saw the orange mission, which is more intense training on the opposite side. It's an excellent way how they fix the issues with, you know, this ride system being too intense. In other words, green mission I call static space. But here's a quick view of the ship that you actually load or board and go to Mars. But I will turn the camera here in just a moment and I will check the chat. Cutstown comment says, "Cello at Tiki Man fan. Love the technical part of the parks. Thanks for sharing all this." Well, you're welcome, Cutstown comment. You're gonna get nothing but all this exclusive content. I couldn't even imagine who else does this level of nerdiness or geekiness on any of these channels. Oh, I should say on YouTube, streaming live on YouTube. But you're looking at Mission Space, I believe, it's just to check in at their marquee. We're gonna slowly turn around here and I'll continue to check the chat. Tiki Man fan says, the icon size are much better, so you don't have to walk up and see the menu. Tiki Man fan, are you saying that the menus I make are much better, or I should go to the actual signs, the signboards, the menu signs, so you can see photos and such? I believe you're saying I should use my menus, not their menus. Cutstown comment says, "Ha ha ha, your stories are going somewhere." Good stuff. Cutstown comment, I think they're going nowhere fast. Absolutely. I think my stories stall. And I think a lot of people want to see a lot of other content than listen to my stories. But I am more than willing to share. I am just full of it, as I say. I'm full of worthless information. I don't have all the facts and figures, as you're aware. Sometimes the facts change. Like, for example, Kenneth, I think, was talking about the number of cast members. You know, I could quote one number and then it'll change the next day. So there's a good example. But here's a Space 220 restaurant while we're in this area. And Mackenzie Birch, here I am, Mackenzie Birch. I believe you are a new subscriber. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Welcome. And Cutstown comment says, "I miss it. Where did you work and for how long?" Okay, Cutstown comment. I actually worked at the Disneyland Resort for about 22 years. I worked in attractions. I worked various attractions like Splash Mountains, the Haunted Mansion, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Guest Control, Fantasmic, Guest Control for the parades, the Indiana Jones Adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye, you know, Indy Jones. I may call it Indy, I-N-D-Y. So don't be confused if I call it Indy, because I use a lot of cast member lingo. I try to spell it out and not use the acronyms, you know, like Disney's Hollywood Studios or DHS, as we previously discussed. And then, of course, I actually worked in what's called Parades and Show Support. In Parades and Show Support, I actually drove all the various parade units from, well, geez, what year was that? From 2001 up until 2018. So pretty much, I either worked the parades or drove the parade floats from pretty much like 1996 through, what was it, 2018, whatever it is, for the 22 years that I worked there. You know, it's all my life experience, but I'm having a hard time remembering because all those years blurred together at the Disneyland Resort. And I have lots and lots of crazy, amazing stories from backstage, on stage, guest experiences, driving parade floats, driving the Main Street Electrical Parade floats. Like, you know, Main Street Electrical Parade glowing away, coming to Florida, coming back to Disneyland, you know, all that stuff. As we're looking over this green temporary construction fence, you can see the Wonders of Life building, the dome, the structure, of course, off limits to guests now. Last time I was in there, oh boy, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know what it was. 2008 probably. They opened it up for, it seemed like a special event. And they probably had it open. I probably just missed the opportunity since I didn't live here in Florida in those days. So it was only like once in a blue moon I got to go back inside of the Wonders of Life Pavilion. We could do a whole video on that. Just standing here and talking about it. But Tiki Man Fan says, let's see. That's when I rode Mission Space as well, as my dad was a cast member. Oh, okay, so Tiki Fan Man, did you live here in Central Florida and then you moved up north to the Northeast recently? He also says it was sponsored by HP, yes, or Hewlett Packard, and I was an employee, so we got to go up into the lounge upstairs, and then we were walked down in the top of the Fast Pass line. Okay, so what I believe Tiki Man Fan is saying, that his dad worked for HP and not Disney, and since he was an HP employee, they were able to go to the HP lounge. That's what I believe he's saying. Okay. Tiki Man Fan also says the code word at the time was protein spill. Oh yeah, protein spill is right. Okay, the code word at the time was protein spill in the cast member headphones for a cleanup on Mission Space. Oh, so Tiki Fan Man, you were a cast member then probably. Okay. Cutstown Comet. Wow, that's crazy muscle off your bone. That is intense. Yikes. And again, Cutstown Comet. I'm not making that up. I specifically remember telling people how intense it was, because I kept hearing how intense it was. I'm like, come on, can they really make this thing so intense? Grandma can't get on it, you know? And then I got on it. I was like, I was young. I thought I could handle it. I'm like, no, I can't do this. I want Horizons back. Cutstown Comet says, protein spill, ha ha ha. Tiki Man Fan, the icons on top of the Test Track food stand helps us see what they offer so you don't have to walk up close. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I see, I think, yes. Tiki Fan Man says also, hello Mackenzie. And Spinal. Spinal, I believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello Spinal, John with Fun to Be Free here. He says, yo dude, I just walked past you outside Mission Space and I gotta ask, how does your camera setup work? I noticed you have a DJI iPhone and what looked like a GoPro. Looked like a crazy cool setup. LOL. Well, Spinal. So yes, in fact, you are almost 100% correct. Good observation, good eyes. So I am using an iPhone 16 Pro Max, and that's the streamer phone, or the brain, if you will. I'm using an app to bring this live stream to you from EPCOT here at the Walt Disney World Resort. And then, of course, I am using 2 cameras so I can operate picture and picture. So in other words, one camera is a DJI Pocket 3, and that's what you saw sticking up high or tall. Has the little gimbal head for stabilization, and it's wireless to my iPhone. Likewise, the second camera is a DJI Action 4, and the Action 4 is also wireless to my iPhone as well. With the 2 camera setup, like I said before, I could actually change scenes on the app on my phone. So I could do just the Pocket 3 or just the Action 4, or I could flip the camera on the Pocket 3 to my face or point it away from me. I could do picture in picture. And I also have a little fuel rod to charge it, and of course a handle to hold everything. It's not that heavy. It's a custom setup, and I'm using other parts. You can find the parts online. They're actually Ulanzi Falcom F22 parts, like the handle and various things that hold it together. And Falcom is F-A-L-C-A-M. So there you go, Spinal. Yes, I call my camera rig Frankenstein, because to me, it looks like Frankenstein. And as we also look at Cutstown Comet, wow, 22 years, that's awesome. So are you probably my age? Yeah, I'm in my mid-40s, I'm getting up there. Cutstown Comet. I'm a fan of course, a lot of the films from the 80s. we haven't even got to films really. There was a few days, we were back on the parade route at Magic Kingdom, and I had a few viewers that were asking about my favorite films, and I essentially only got to a few of them, but we got to do a whole movie on just films. So we could just chat films as a kid. And I was quickly mentioning Robin Hood, Little John running through the forest, you know, all that. Always in my head. And then he says, Cuts Down Comet, I just turned 60 on Monday. Oh, Cuts Down Comet, you're a little older than me, but happy birthday. And he also says, you had a great job career working for the mouse. Good for you. Yeah, it was certainly fun, Cuts Down Comet. Absolute fun. I worked at Disneyland, like I said, for 22 years. It was actually like a second job for fun job. I worked on the weekends, nights and weekends, and summers, holidays. I was actually a CR or casual regular. I'm sure they call it something different here at the Walt Disney World Resort. I don't have the information because, like I said, things change all the time. Tiki Man fan says, no, I did not live there, but my dad had retired and got a W. Oh, okay. So Tiki Man's fan, dad got a job at Walt Disney World. I see, okay. Tiki Man fan also says, if not a new subscriber, then they should be. I believe he's talking about Spinal. So Spinal, if you haven't subscribed, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Spinal also says, that's awesome. I don't know that was possible. Thanks for the info. Anything's possible, Spinal. And, you know, you can purchase these items, everything you could get essentially on Amazon. You can go to Best Buy and get these items. But I am a big fan of DJI products. One more thing to throw in there. I'm sure people in the chat have heard this before. I'm also using a wireless microphone. It is a DJI Mic Mini, M-I-C space M-I-N-I, Mic Mini. The Mic Mini is, I think, amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. Offers good audio quality. I'm not quite sure how it sounded on Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. I did a video there before. I did not have a DJI Mic Mini because they were not out yet. This is a brand new product. But I always had a hard time adjusting the audio levels, especially on Guardians of the Galaxy, because it is so noisy with the audio, the train noise, of course, and then the wind that from the speed of the train. And it was always extremely difficult to adjust the audio levels. So I'm very anxious to see how the Mic Mini turned out on this stream. So I'll go back and review the stream because I really, really want to hear how the Mic Mini did on this attraction. But we are actually near the virtual queue, which we talked about before, that is ending here at the Walt Disney World Resort starting on February 25th. And also the Lightning Lane entrance here for Guardians as well. And Tiki Man fan says, are you familiar with the Pete McDivitt? Wait, hold on. I gotta go back. The sun's blaring through. I'm just walking around gas awkwardly. Tiki Man fan says, are you familiar with Pete McDivitt show on YouTube? He should know who are if you want to get your name out there. You know, Tiki Man fan, I'm not. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. After I stop streaming, I'll have to look up Pete McDivitt, and then we could talk about it. I just got to remember. As I say, you know, sometimes this old guy has trouble remembering, and other times I go, oh yeah, I remember that. The manure, I remember that. You know, Back to the Future Part 2 with Biff, old Biff. So I'm going to put my sunglasses on here because the sun is just reflecting off the pavement. We're actually going to head towards Connections Eatery. Maybe we should check out a menu item over there. Anybody for a menu at Connections? You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT at the Walt Disney World Resort. The magic of possibility. And I'm actually going to pause here for just a moment. Here's a sign at Connections Eatery. We're going to enter here. And I'll attempt to grab the bat phone out of my pocket. I'll set up the wireless feature. Let's go check out the menu. Okay, I'm gonna pull back and we'll get an extra wide shot of the pickup counter here at Connections Eatery. And I'll pan to the left over towards the mobile order pickup. And take note of how there's nobody here. I'm sure everybody in the chat, if they've ever been here or seen it live, sometimes this whole area is just chaos. Oh, I only have 10% battery remaining on one of my cameras. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is check my fuel rod. It is charging, but I'm gonna unplug one of my cameras. As I previously mentioned, this is a new setup, so I'm still testing it, still trying to dial it in. I really like using my camera rig that I call Frankenstein with the 2 camera setup and the phone. It's very, to me, it's lightweight. It's easy to control, but the only issue is keeping the cameras powered. That's the only issue here. So what I actually did is unplugged one of the leads. I'll unplug the second one, and now we're charging just the Pocket 3, since we're on 10% of the Pocket 3, or the camera that you're looking on right now. Anyways, back to the fun stuff. Up ahead, of course, is the mobile order pickup counter. Like I said, I want to get the menu here for Connections Eatery. I'm doing that now. Okay, I think we're all set up here. So we're at the Connections Eatery at EPCOT in World Celebration, so don't be confused. Behind me, or where we just came from, was World Discovery. And of course, Connections Eateries in World Celebration. They offer lunch and dinner from 11 a.m. to 8:55 p.m. And of course, this is a quick service restaurant, and they have mobile order pickup as well. We'll mock it up by hitting begin order. We could do select an arrival window now to 4:45 p.m. And they have some featured offerings. Let's just check out the first one. It's the black garlic truffle and Parmesan fries with French fries topped with black garlic, truffle aioli, and Parmesan. They also offer the, I have a hard time pronouncing this one for sure, the leche waffle. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm going to ask the chat, but that, you know, you could only phonetically say it. I'll mispronounce it, I'm sure. Anyways, brioche dough with pearl sugar, strawberries, whipped cream, and chocolate sauce. So we'll call it a waffle. But talk about probably my favorite dessert at EPCOT. It's this one right here, this waffle that I can't pronounce. Festival of the Arts offerings also have that thing that I can't pronounce, but this yuzu is amazing too. It's always a toss-up if you come here. Do you get both? Do you get one? Get both. That's how good they are. But this thing is amazing too. They also have this waffle as well. Figment's waffle, you know, for the junior explorers. The Imagination Lemonade, and also the Festival of Arts offerings with alcohol. They have burgers and chicken, like the French Bistro Burger, the American Classic Burger, hand-breaded chicken sandwich, and they also offer the pizzas. So all these pizzas are really good too. Everything I've ever had at Connections is always really good. I think they do a great job with their quick service menu here. They have the margarita pizza, pepperoni pizza, and cheese pizza. They also have the salads here. This chicken salad's good too. Oh boy, I want one right now. They also have that tuna salad, and then of course this particular salad as well. They have the plant-based option like the black bean burger and additional sides. And of course the kids Disney check meals, cheeseburger, chicken skewer, additional chicken strips, cheese pizza, and then we saw the dessert. They also have some shakes and traditional beverages as well. So there we go with the menu here at Connections Cafe. I'm actually going to switch it back, take the menu off. Give me just a second here and I'll be right with you. Turn off Connections menu. Go back to our main camera. There we go. And you're looking at the mobile order pickup service counter along with the register wraps where you can order. Give me a one moment. I'm just deactivating the wireless feature on my Bat phone, and I'll be right with you, as I always say. I'm putting the Bat phone back in my pocket, and I'm about to check the chat because I'm sure we have more. Oh, we have more chats. Good, 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 good. Tiki Man Fan says, I'm sure he will, let's see, find you and reach out. Really? Okay, that's good to know. Spinal's back. Spinal says, I've been debating picking up the DJI Pocket 3 for my channel. Oh, Spinal has a YouTube channel. I gotta check Spinal's channel out. Spinal, I could probably find you through the chat replay, but what's your channel for all the viewers in the chat to check out, Spinal? So let me go back. He's debating on picking up the Pocket 3, the one I have, the camera that you're looking at right now, which I think is unbelievable for stabilization, you know, the overall quality. The DJI products are amazing, but we got to get back to the chat. How does it compare to your phone? Okay, on the iPhone's camera, in my opinion, is stunning. In fact, I'm going to say the optics, the quality of the image, the video quality is over the top amazing, excellent, exceeds expectations. But the only issue with the iPhone is the stabilization. So if you're doing live streams without a gimbal, or you know, I was distracted by a guest yelling behind me, but don't be cause for alarm. But back to Spinal. How does it compare to your iPhone? So bottom line, the difference is the Pocket 3 is beautiful, the picture quality, the video quality, but the DJI Pocket 3, the stabilization, the level of stabilization and the quality of stabilization is unmatched. In other words, the iPhone 16 Pro Max can't even come close, because this is my opinion, but the physical stabilization on the Pocket 3 is far superior to any digital stabilization from any smartphone or any other action camera by far. So I would highly recommend the Pocket 3. You got to keep in mind though, it is a little on the fragile side, and based on my experience, the battery levels drain very quickly, but they do have the Creator Combo, and you could actually have a handle that plugs into the base of it and increase the battery life. As it turns out, I'm not using that battery, the extended handle, for two reasons: weight and the length of it. So I'm just using essentially the Pocket 3. And I have a special ARRI pin, or a 1/4" 20 mount that Ulanzi makes, that allows to pass through the USB-C power for charging. It's a mount. At any rate, and he also goes on to say, Spinal does, from what I've seen on YouTube, it looks comparable in the day, but way better at night. Yeah, when you put the Pocket 3 in low light, Pocket 3, it just blows away competition. Now, I'm not saying Pocket 3 is as good as, say, a DSLR, a high-end camera, you know, like your Sony's. I'm not saying that. But what I am suggesting is, for the price point of the DJI Pocket 3 and the quality of stabilization, along with the picture video quality in low light, it is well worth the purchase. But in my opinion, there's only one drawback with Pocket 3. It is the battery life. I also had the Pocket 2. Pocket 2 was amazing, but nowhere near as good as Pocket 3. The Pocket 2's battery life suffered even more. But to review, in conclusion, Pocket 3, highly recommend, Spinal. Absolutely, highly recommend. Cutstown Comet says, so you don't work for Disney anymore? No, as it turns out, Cutstown Comet, I worked for Disney last at Disneyland Resort. It was like 2018, I think it was. I'm just trying to recall. I think it was August of 2018 was the last time I worked at the Disneyland Resort. So it's been a while. I haven't been a cast member for a while because I'm an old guy. And then Cutstown Comet goes on to say, I take it you still are in Florida. What's your game plan for streaming? Okay, Cutstown Comet. I've mentioned this before. At the moment, it's just a hobby. Hobbies cost money. So as I was just talking about the camera setup, Frankenstein camera rig, the iPhone Pro, I should say, iPhone 16 Pro Max. I actually have 2 iPhone 16 Pro Maxes, one in my pocket. I have one on Verizon and one on AT&T, and I'm actually channel bonding or putting the wireless carrier data signals together and then pushing it off to a server, and then it pushes that off into YouTube. But what I'm saying is, so I have a very expensive setup, and I actually have pay subscription service to Verizon and AT&T, so it's a reoccurring monthly expense, which is, I think, quite expensive to get the unlimited data from 2 carriers and put them together. But I'm doing all that as a hobby, and as I say, hobbies cost money, they don't make money. So my plan is to do this as a hobby until it no longer becomes fun, but we'll see where it goes. You just never know. I keep pushing every day, and the numbers coming out, I'm very impressed with the numbers, like the subscribers, the likes, the clicks on the videos. I've had the channel for a while. I've just done it as a hobby, but it's something that I would be interested in becoming full-time and doing it for a revenue stream, but I don't believe at this point, as of today, it's a viable option for a revenue stream, but you never know what the future holds. Let me check the chat again. Cutstown Comet says, you have a great knowledge of the parks. Well, thank you, Cutstown Comet. Until I met Beulah. Beulah over from the United Kingdom. We were in the chat yesterday at Magic Kingdom. And Beulah really has his finger on the pulse in regards to the Country Bear Musical Jamboree. Like, he is really updated. I don't keep up with all the Disney stuff as much as I should because I'm pretty busy. What I want to mention is all my knowledge is coming from generally personal and past experience. And like I said before, Disney information tends to update and change. So there's times where I don't have the updates. And Beulah in the chat yesterday, because I couldn't gather myself. I was in the queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. I was playing with the cameras. I wasn't paying attention, and I was talking about the Country Bear or Bear Band, like when the Walt Disney World Resort revised the show back in 2012 at the Magic Kingdom, and I said 2011. I said, I don't know, what was it, 2011, 2012? And of course, Beulah comes back, boom, 2012. So Beulah's got it. He knows what he's talking about. And of course, we're looking up ahead here at the Walt Disney statue, which I think is pretty neat. Amazing. Oh, and real quick, I just want to point out, I love how the cold cast bronze, it wears or it weathers with, people touching it, and it creates the highlights and almost the shimmer in the sun, in the Florida sun. I love it. Oh, hello there.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Just looking at a nerd holding this weird contraption talking about...
I love it.
Oh, she loves it. Is it okay to...
Yeah.
Would you like to talk to my...
Sure, I can.
Okay. This is Victoria.
Hi, everyone. I'm Victoria.
Hello, Victoria. I'm John with Fun to Be Free.
Fun to Be Free. Is that where we can find you?
Yes, ma'am.
TikTok.
All the above, but YouTube streaming live right now. Fun to Be Free.
Okay, Fun to Be Free.
Yeah. I could even show you just, if you're, a more visual learner, just...
Yeah.
Can you see that in the sun?
Fun to Be Free. Perfect.
Yeah, so that's me, John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you, Victoria. Thank you for being so welcoming. And take care. Sorry to put you on the spot and be awkward, but
perfectly fine.
Fun to Be Free. So we're slowly backing up here. Well, I guess I'll get back to the chat as everybody can enjoy views of Communicore Plaza. Real quick, Communicore Plaza. I love that that's the lingo they're using, because when they announced the project, in my head, literally, I know I always share these same stories and everybody goes, no, you're making this up after the announcement. No, I said, I bet I should rephrase it. I hope they're gonna call it like something along the lines of Communicore Plaza, because, how amazing is it to incorporate Communicore back here into EPCOT? But let me check the chat. Cutstown Comet also says, not many former cast members live stream, so you would have more to show doing streaming. Well, that I suppose would be true, Cutstown Comet. And as I'm moving the camera around, I'm just looking at our battery levels for the fuel rod, because I don't want to lose the camera that you're viewing on right now. I have 17%. It's going up, but not very much. Spinal's back. Okay, Spinal. Spinal says my channels at official Spinal. So that's at official Spinal. I do very highly edited and high energy theme park videos. Thanks for the info on the DJI. Okay, Spinal. I'm definitely gonna check out your channel at Official Spinal. And I encourage all of my chat members to do as well. So I can't wait to see that. So I gotta check out McDivitt and Spinal's channel. Tiki Man Fan says, I shared your channel with Pete. He'll include you in his highlights in the next few weeks. He has expanded to a lot of sports, but started as a Disney streamer advocate and has become much more. Well, thank you, Tiki Man Fan. I really appreciate that. I gotta check out Pete's channel. Absolutely. I gotta check out Spinals and Pete's, okay? Thank you again, I appreciate that, Tiki Man Fan. Cutstown Comet also says, okay, I'll let you go with all the questions. I hope you do well streaming. Okay, thank you again, Cutstown Comet. I enjoyed talking to you as well. Jump back in, because we could geek out more about Disney stuff, especially EPCOT. I love talking about EPCOT. Very passionate. Tiki Man Fan says, you have great quality, good diction, and good Disney tech knowledge. You'll grow, become monetized, and can work from there. I hope you can afford the patience. Thank you for the nice words of wisdom, Tiki Man Fan. Thank you again. He also says, sadly, she is not old enough to even recognize your channel name. And Tiki Man Fan comes back and says, just sub Spinal. And Spinal's back. I appreciate the shout out. All right, Spinal, I'm getting really excited to check out your channel. Next time you see me, stop by, we'll chat. We'll make some magical memories, you know, making memories. Okay, so you've enjoyed Camino Corp Plaza. You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT. So we're on the pathway now behind Spaceship Earth. And that used to be a corporate lounge. And as far as I understand now, it's actually going to be a new themed bar where you could overlook World Showcase Lagoon, enjoy your adult themed beverages, and of course, also enjoy Luminous. And there is some construction walls here. This short pony wall construction wall is obscuring the view of the temporary green, what should I say? Temporary fence, I guess? Because you got a wooden temporary fence and another temporary fence with the scrim, the green scrim, that looks like it's stapled, literally stapled, very temporary. So 2 phases of construction probably. Phase 1 will wrap up and they'll probably remove the big green fence. But I imagine what's going on here is sign installation for the bar that we just mentioned. But I'm actually headed towards Spaceship Earth, as you probably can see by now. The reason for that, I need to get another fuel rod. I'll say thank you for your patience. I only have 1 green LED indicator on the fuel rod. I need to keep this camera powered to keep this stream going. So we're gonna go down to Gateway Gifts. Gateway Gifts, of course, located on our right-hand side underneath Spaceship Earth. While we approach Gateway Gifts, I'm actually unplugging the fuel rod, trying to take it out of its little holder. Oh, and Spinal's back. Spinal. If you're down, I could jump on your stream for a little, or I could have you in my video from EPCOT. I have a cool idea for how to work you into a segment. Well, yeah, totally, Spinal. I don't know where I'll be. I'll just be wandering around here at EPCOT. Okay, we're in Gateway Gifts now. we're approaching the fuel rod power station. And as always, I'm gonna hit the screen here for portable charger swap. Take the fuel rod, insert empty fuel rod up here. And we're gonna hear the satisfying sound of a new fuel, bump, bump, bump. There it is. Coming out the machine, grabbing it, checking the LED levels. Yep, okay, I'm gonna put it back in its little home, its little holder. And the camera, oh, while we're here, we should just check out Gateway Gifts. So I'm gonna slowly turn the camera around here in just a moment, but I gotta plug it in first because I gotta keep this camera charged. Okay, we got it. Okay, inside Gateway Gifts, they offer plushes, lots of plushes. And there's the ever popular Stitch plush as well. They also have the Spirit jerseys. I see a lot of, I'm gonna call them annual pass holders wearing these Spirit jerseys, these current ones, just the Walt Disney World logo ones. Boy, oh boy, do I like the original vintage, nostalgic Walt Disney World logo. And these particular ones say, of course, authentic, original, established 1971. This is more like a long sleeve shirt than a sweatshirt. This one over here is actually a Spirit jersey with the big D, established 1971, with the Walt Disney World font in the back. And then, since we're near Spaceship Earth, look at, they also have Spaceship Earth themed apparel. Like this particular Spirit jersey here, which, you know, who can't get enough of Aluka Bond tiles? And the original EPCOT logo, nothing beats it. And then, of course, like I was mentioning, the Spaceship Earth icon. There's also the cookie jars below. We'll back up here, and just overhead, of course, is the Walt statue we saw in Camino Corp Plaza. They have various items like the sunglasses and jewelry as well, also hats. More your, I guess, grab and go last moment items as you're walking out the exit. There's also the lounge flight backpacks as well. And then over in this direction, the mini ear headbands. Oh, they even have the EPCOT International Festival of the Arts 2025, the little bags with Figment on it. Let me just get a little closer. I'm sure I mentioned it before, but Figment. I can't get enough Figment. I think they need to use Figment more. Figment needs to be an increased present at this park. Increased presence, that's what I should say. Oh, hello there, excuse me. I'm gonna go out the door. I'm in people's way, so we're leaving the shop. And for everybody in the chat, I'm sure they've seen this game. I'm gonna back up here and get a shot of this sign. Disney's Figment brush with the Masters. Maps available here. I've actually never played one of these games at World Showcase, so we could probably do that as a video. But we're running out of time here with this festival, but of course, you know, Festival of the Arts, it'll be back. But, you know, like we said before, Flower and Garden's just around the corner, so they'll have another game just themed to a little something else. But just to give you an idea what Spaceship Earth looks like at the moment, there is a large, heavy lightning lane return right now. For whatever reason, I do not know. Spinal also comes back and says, sick! I'm walking to Spaceship Earth at the moment, so timing works out perfectly. Okay, Spinal, can't wait to see you here. Let's take a look at how long the standby wait is here right now. It is 25 minutes. 25 minutes indicated by the red LEDs displayed overhead. There is a large crowd of guests. Look at it, it's an extended queue out here at the standby entrance of Spaceship Earth. Let me swing around to the back, try to get out of people's way, and get a shot of the rest of the Spaceship Earth standby line. When I walked in, it did have an extended queue like this, but as you know, Spaceship Earth, the attraction wait time generally decreases during the day. But of course, this is a marathon weekend, and I could only imagine the increases of attendance is here for twofold. One, Festival of the Arts, we're coming into a weekend. There probably are locals, annual pass holders in town, along with out-of-town guests that are here for the Walt Disney World Marathon as well. But this gives you an indication how popular or how many people are in the park. No, my name's not Adam, but I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Thank you, have a great day. Inquiring guests wanted to know my name. She, I believe, may have mistaken me for Adam the Woo, who I did see in my actual video earlier as we were looking at Donald Duck, I didn't want to say anything because it gets awkward and weird. But I believe when people say, you know, are you Adam? Because I've filmed many, many segments before, and people always come up to me and ask, are you Adam? Or are you Tim? And in my opinion, meanwhile, they're just, you know, one name. They're asking me Adam and Tim, but in my opinion, they're asking me if I am Adam the Woo or the Tim Tracker, because I get that a lot. And when I say a lot, no, it just didn't happen one time. It's happened many, many times. And for whatever reason, it happens when I'm at an EPCOT. I don't know why that is. It could be because I'm here at EPCOT quite often. In fact, I am such a nerd that I frequent EPCOT more than I care to tell everybody in the chat. I am a big nerd. Oh, Cutstown Comet is back. Yeah, you don't look like Ron on the Go. Ha ha ha. I see Ron on the Go too. I've never met Ron on the Go. I waved to him the other day on the parade route. He smiled and waved back, so he seems like a really nice guy. I'm sure a lot of people look at me because I'm holding Frankenstein, my camera rig. They've probably never seen anything like this sucker before. But of course, you're getting a shot of the fountain here in front of Spaceship Earth, and I'm gonna back up because I seem to be in the guest flow. Oh, hello there. In the guest flow, headed into one of two entrance portals underneath this world-class attraction. Who doesn't love this icon of one of the best parks in the world, EPCOT? I said one of the best parks because you may have a difference of opinion, but EPCOT is my favorite theme park of all time, and definitely, I think, my opinion-wise, best park here at the Walt Disney World Resort that offers the most diverse guest experience. Cutstown Comet also says, yeah, more like Tim Tracker. Yeah, I think I look a little more like Tim Tracker. We're probably, yeah, you know, yeah. Clean cut. Well, and by no means or no way am I comparing myself to Adam the Woo or Tim Tracker. And for everybody in the chat, especially Tiki Man Fan, I believe, asked me the other day, like, if I watched a lot of content. Yeah, I was watching Adam the Woo and Tim Tracker, you know, circa, what, 2011? That's when Adam went daily. So I have seen many, many of their videos. However, like I said, in more recent years, I've been super busy and just haven't had the opportunity to view or consume as much YouTube as I want to. You know, you gotta work for a living these days. You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT here at the Walt Disney World Resort. The magic of possibility. What I'm attempting to do right now is head towards the drinking fountain. I'm parched. Like I said before in previous streams, I should hydrate. That's the key, kids. Hydrate. Drink a lot of water. I tend to not drink enough water while I'm live, because I just keep talking and just keep talking and keep talking. Enjoy the gorgeous view of Spaceship Earth and listen to the background audio, an amazing track, by the way, as I get some water. Okay. I was awkwardly swinging the camera around the marquee of Spaceship Earth while I, guess where I was pointing it, getting a drink of water. my lips as soon as it hit the Florida swamp water. Pow! There's nothing like it. It's part of the immersive experience when you come here to the Walt Disney World Resort, drinking out of the water fountains, tap water. And we're looking again at the queue here for Spaceship Earth. We should go into pin traders while we're here. Why not? Or check out some pin trading. Pin trading is so popular in this location. Anybody in the chat, have you ever come and pin traded here underneath Spaceship Earth in front of pin traders? Because every time I pass by it, even when it's a low attendance day, there's always numerous pin traders out here. Trading their traders. Is that a double negative? Cutstown Comet also says, you are doing fine. Well, thank you for the nice words of wisdom, Cutstown Comet. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Content and doing something different always wins me over to certain live streamers. Plus, you have a great voice. Oh, I appreciate that. I think I sound like a horse, Cutstown Comet. But, okay, I'm glad you like it. It's soothing to you. Okay, I will take that. Plus, some streamers are just annoying. Sometimes less is more. Just in his opinion. Well, I have to agree with you, Cutstown Comment. Like I've told other people, all I have to do is just be myself. I think that's the key. You just be yourself. That's all it is. I'm being myself because I'm a giant Disney fan. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat that are equally as big fans of Disney as me, or even greater. But I enjoy bringing you these live streams. But look at all the pins. Look at all the pin traders. I mean, like I said before, it's quite higher attendance today here at EPCOT. But even when the crowd level is low, there's still a lot of people that are literally just sitting on the pavement, camped out, trading pins. And there's always a high interest, obviously, because we're in front of Pin Traders, the actual store. Hello there.
I'm Spinal from the
Oh, Spinal. Is it okay to point my camera in your...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, for everybody in the chat, this is Spinal. Hello, Spinal. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Would you like to say anything to my viewers?
Subscribe if you haven't already.
All right. Spinal says subscribe.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's wearing a California's Great America shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big roller coaster guy too, Spinal. Does it come across?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I can tell you really like this park, which is huge, because if you're down, I'd love to have you in my video as like an EPCOT expert for a section.
I wouldn't call myself an EPCOT expert, but I have some knowledge of this park. Yes, sir.
You got to sell yourself. That's the
okay.
thing. You got to hype yourself up. You got to build it up.
But I would love to.
Awesome. All right, so just whenever you're down.
Yeah, just contact me.
Oh, I was thinking right now.
Okay.
I mean, if you're down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what I could actually do for everybody in the chat, I could actually point my camera in a different direction. And if you give me just a moment here. Such a success, dude. I'm trying to show.
I think you could fit to
Okay.
a very similar
Okay.
vein.
Let me hit, we'll come back. So I took it off mute, and now we're gonna go back to main. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Spinal here, and I'm gonna aim the camera at Spinal.
It's great. I don't know which lens to look at.
Yeah.
There's 6 of them.
Exactly. Spinal's looking at one of 2 cameras here, not to mention an iPhone 16 Pro Max, because they have the 3 lenses on the phone and 2 lenses on the other camera. Look at this lens.
All right. Sorry, I'm so awkward live. I don't know what to do.
Okay, that's fine. What we're gonna do here, let's go to the reflection in the glass so the viewers in the chat could see. So I'll go over here. Hopefully everybody can see. This is the best I could do. Yeah, let's go to the mirrors. Better. Spinal has a better idea. We're actually gonna head over to the mirrored freight elevator glass, because there's an elevator behind here that services maintenance for Spaceship Earth. So I'll point this camera into the mirror, and Spinal's gonna ask questions about it.
Is there like a... You said there's an elevator in here?
Yeah, freight elevator maintenance.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's how they service all the show scenes, all the ride system, because the maintenance shop is at the 90-foot level, I believe.
Yeah, I never thought about
They
that.
actually have to disconnect the vehicles from the ride track with a crane and bring it over. And
Interesting. I guess I never thought. I always just assumed that they just like walked in and let it run.
no,
But that makes so much sense, yeah.
we could go on for hours about this.
That's actually
But
huge.
back to the stream, back to the camera. What I could try to do for all the viewers at home and viewers in the chat is turn the camera rig around that I call Frankenstein, and then flip the camera on the Pocket 3. So if I turn it around, you'll see the reflection in the glass here in a moment. Right now you're gonna see Spinal. I'm gonna flip the actual camera wildly. Now you're seeing what's on my screen. This is what I'm seeing. For everybody in the chat, that's what I see. With delays, of course. What you have to remember, Spinal, is there's delays because they're wireless.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to fix the latency to send the 2 cameras to fix together, meaning get them in sync.
I didn't think about
Think
that.
about the
They'll
sync.
have different syncs, yeah.
They have to sync together.
Yeah.
And then wirelessly send it to the iPhone. And then you're looking at a screen here, which is like a preview.
Yeah.
And this is what's going out to a server. And the server goes to the PC, which is running OBS Studio.
God, dang, man.
And then pushes to YouTube. Yeah.
That's
so the tech.
That's so cool.
It's crazy. The tech behind what I am holding to get to YouTube, a lot of steps, a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of setup, a lot of custom, making animations. You know, it just keeps going and going and going.
I've always found live streaming to be so crazy because it's just so much more ingenuity than just like pre-recorded videos.
Yeah, and for everybody viewing, the main screen I actually look at or watch is the one on Pocket 3 up here.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yep, and while we're looking, Spinal, look, I got my handle, and the handle attaches to, of course, the phone on a rig, or this rig that has 1/4" 20 mounts that makes it possible to mount all the various devices. Like this is a detachable tripod, so I could take this sucker off.
Oh, dang.
And then when I take Pocket off, I could put Pocket and stand it somewhere. I could face track me.
That's cool.
Huh?
That's crazy.
Am I selling you on a Pocket 3?
You kind of are. I just wish they weren't so expensive.
Yeah. So for everybody in the chat, Pocket 3s get really pricey.
Oh yeah.
They start at $519 and Creator Combo goes to $669.
Yeah.
So they get very expensive. So I'll turn the camera around. Just give me one moment here. So there's Spinal here in just a moment. And then, of course, I will focus it back on Spinal with a jump. And is there anything else that Spinal wants to say before he leaves?
As I said, subscribe to me.
Yeah.
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 My EPCOT video is coming out in probably 4 months.
Okay, he's saying his EPCOT video is coming out in 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to look for it.
I take about a month to record or for video, so.
He's saying it takes a long time.
Yeah. What's the pickup range on the mic thing?
I haven't actually tested it. I assume they could hear it, but we are standing under a windy area, so I don't know what it's. That's why I'm repeating it. I just don't know what it's like
No,
under here.
that's fair. That's fair. I was just wondering because I know like lav mics they're very directional
and limited.
Yeah.
So
and they always seem cool. I use this little,
yes. Here, let's look at what Spinal
I don't
has.
know what it's called. We got this off some dude on Facebook Marketplace that's name was like Big Legs or something, and I don't even know what it's called or where it's from. It sounds great, but it picks up so much audio.
Exactly. Omnidirectional. I love saying omni because omni mover. And I'll point the camera up here. Like Spaceship Earth has the omni mover ride system. Anyways, omni, all directions. So anyways, I'm stalling Spinal's story with this microphone.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. I'm literally doing nothing today. So yeah, I've been wanting to pick up like a lav mic for a while. It's just it's so hard to trust Amazon because you never know with the reviews unless you're getting something legit like an Osmo or an iPhone or something. Like the second you go outside those, you'll have like Jimbo's goddamn lavalier mic.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know if the 100 reviews are from people who actually bought it or not.
Yep, Spinal's just saying you can't trust quality in Amazon if you can't hear him. But it was real nice to meet you, Spinal.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be in contact
As
soon.
I said,
shaking his hand.
Send me a message. I have ideas. I'd love to have you in my video. It'd be like a 30-second thing.
Okay.
Just talking about some EPCOT related.
Sounds good. See you soon, Spinal. We'll collaborate.
Shoot me a text. I'm here for the next week and a half.
Okay, week and a half. So I actually lost one of my cameras, my DJI Action 4, due to the battery. I wasn't charging it. And that, of course, was Spinal. Shout out to Spinal's channel. But real quick, what he was mentioning is he wants to collaborate with me because he calls me an expert on EPCOT. And I'm going to say by no means am I an expert on EPCOT. There are many more people that know more about this park than I do. But I'm extremely passionate about this theme park. It is my personal favorite park in the entire world. But while I had the Be Right Back screen on and you got to hear some neat music in the background and the little animations that I made, Spinal and I were collaborating on some projects that we want to do upcoming. At any rate, thank you for your patience with that, but I'm going to flip the camera back. We're going to head out to Dreamers Point over at Camino Corp Plaza, continue on with this live stream, and I will check the chat here in just a moment. And like I said, I try to do picture-in-picture, or at least try to keep the camera flip out of the audience view. But as you probably saw me showing you in the mirror, it's kind of difficult with the timing sometimes, and I'm still adjusting the technical aspects in terms of the latency or the delay between the cameras, the scene switching and all that. But I'm going to flip the camera here. Don't get seasick. Okay, we're going back to the chat. Cutstown Comet says, "That's so cool doing the mirror." So I'm glad you enjoyed that, Cutstown Comet. You probably saw in the mirror, you could see all your chats. Of course, obviously, that's how I read your chats. So there's a lot going on my phone screen you saw. Like Spinal was saying, he literally was seeing, 5 or 6 lenses, because that's literally what you see when you look at an iPhone Pro Max and, of course, 2 additional cameras. You could see 5 lenses, literally, because the iPhone does have 3, and, of course, 2 cameras, that's 5. He did say 6, but there are 5 lenses that I'm pointing at him. So that's what he said. I don't know where to look. And then Zippity-Doo Doug, I believe is a new subscriber. Hello, Zippity-Doo Doug. He says, hello at Fun to Be Free. Well, hello, Zippity-Doo Doug. That's actually a good handle screen name. That's a good one. Zippity. It took me a while to figure it out. Let's go. And now it's going to roll off right off my tongue. Zippity-Doo Doug. Zippity. I can't sing. I'll spare you. Cutstown Comet also says, that is an awesome rig you got there, John. Well, thank you so much, Cutstown Comet. I put a lot of thought and effort into this. I wanted to go different direction than your traditional smartphone on a gimbal. I see a lot of streamers use, of course, iPhones. And of course, I think Resort TV 1 is using an Android. I'm not positive if he still uses it, but if I see him, the last time I saw him, he did have an Android smartphone on a gimbal. I'm just suggesting that the smartphones, especially the iPhones, in my experience, are very efficient. They're efficient in power usage, The video quality coming off the camera is top notch. You can't beat it. But the only thing is with, say, a smartphone on a gimbal, it's a little more difficult to do the picture-in-picture. Hello there.
Hello.
And I like doing that picture-in-picture so you can see my ugly mug down in the lower left. And then I could, you know, change cameras based on what my needs are. Like the Action 4, I could just point it at the direction like a normal camera, where, you know, the Pocket 3 has the gimbal head that moves around, so it's omnidirectional. So I just change cameras based on my needs. But the only issue with my setup, as you've probably experienced, is battery life is an issue, and I'm charging with a fuel rod that does have a low capacity. Awesome EPCOT logo, as I always say. But there is more artwork that we could check out here for Tiki Man fan. He said check out more artwork as we walk around here. But Cutstown Comet, this rig I'm holding, like I said, it's called Frankenstein. I built it for my own personal customization, for my own needs. I could actually remove the cameras with quick releases, like I showed you on the little tripod, so I could take the Pocket 3 off and put it on the tripod and put it on a trash can, for example. We're here at the Disney Fine Art by Collector's Editions. Well, hello there. And we're gonna push in just to get you, oh yeah, look at this, stylized. Haunted Mansion, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Take a quick look at all these gorgeous pieces. They even have Pete's Dragon, look at that. Okay, this one caught my eye. So everybody in the chat, you know I'm an old guy. So I like movies, you know, circa the 70s and 80s Disney films. Robin Hood, Sword in the Stone, Pete's Dragon. Real quick story, I used to drive in the Main Street Electrical Parade. I drove Pete's Dragon. In other words, Elliot, you know, Passamaquoddy? So I had to be the Wizard of Oz. So let me back up here and I can continue with that story while we're going on. But Zippity Doo Doug says, that's right, with a thumbs up. Zippity Doo Doug. See, brilliant, brilliant. If I could sing, I would be singing that more. I love that handle, Doug. That's good. Disney Fine Arts by Collector's Editions. Definitely fine art, very talented artists here. But I gotta get to the story, so I'll keep walking. I wanna tell people in the chat this lame story that goes nowhere, but okay, so driving Elliot, or you know, in Pete's Dragon, the big green dragon in the Main Street Electrical Parade float, I call it the Wizard, let me rephrase, Wizard of Oz. Because there was a big door hatch, and once you got inside, the float was sizable. You could literally have a party inside of Elliot. And Elliot, of course, had a seat where you go sit down, but it didn't have just a gas pedal, or as Mr. Burns from The Simpsons said, the accelerator matrix. It just didn't have the gas pedal, but it had a button or a pedal for LN2. LN2 stands for, of course, liquid nitrogen. So it's the smoke, the steam that comes out of Elliot's nose. It's actually liquid nitrogen, but not actually steam or smoke. I'm just pulling back to show you where we came from. Just wanted to get an overall vantage point over here. Had all the art set up as we go back, so you can see where we are actually in regards or relations to EPCOT. With Spaceship Earth, just hanging out, lovely, just above the roofline. But going back to Elliot, so you had the gas pedal, you had the LN2 pedal, and then of course on Elliot's neck or top above his head was Pete. Pete sat up there, and then of course he was harnessed in. He had a harness that went around him, the parade performer, the cast, and so you had a ladder that got Pete up there, big tall ladder, and then of course rolling the show when then Pete would do his scripted Passamaquoddy. Can you spell it? And then you'd have to spell it out by hitting the tap in the button. P-A-S-S. I can't even spell it anymore. Sorry, I'll spare you. But you hit the LN2 buttons, the LN2 or the liquid nitrogen comes out of Elliot's nostrils. And then of course you had the steering wheel. So you had the gas pedal, the LN2 button or pedal, you had the steering wheel, and then you had of course the brake, so gas brake. And then there was actually two steering wheels, but one only steered the actual float, the parade unit, Elliot, Pete's Dragon, the green dragon from the Disney animated movie. And then the other wheel actually moved the head and neck. So the head and neck articulated, meaning in front of me was a steering wheel, And over to the left-hand side was a wheel that you would turn that was perpendicular to the steering wheel, so it faced a different direction. You know, it kind of made it like a 90-degree right corner, if you will. And as you turn that wheel, the neck would move left or right, and the tail would move left or right due to the articulation or the mechanics in that parade float unit. So you could actually make Pete sick if you go too fast, left, right, left, right, left, right, on that wheel to make the head move back and forth. So I call it the Wizard of Oz float simply because there was so much going on. So you got to remember too, I know nobody else in the chat probably has driven Main Street Electrical Parade floats. All the lights are out. Have you ever tried seeing what it looks like through scrim, meaning it's like mosquito netting or a sliding door has the scrim, the netting on it? Turn off all your lights and then put Christmas tree lights on the other side of it and look through it. Tell me what you see, because I'm going to tell you. You see black, darkness, pitch black. So all the lights are out on the parade route. The only lights that are on are the ones that are not on the parade route, but from off in the distance, off in the area. So when you look through the scrim in the parade floats, there's no windows, there's no holes, there's no glass. You're looking through the scrim, the mosquito netting, and on the opposite side is the structure that holds up the exterior skin, which eventually holds up just all the Christmas tree lights on the electrical parade floats. This, in case, was green. In my opinion, green Christmas tree lights. Oh, there goes the monorail in front of the Imagination Pavilion. Green Christmas tree lights on the opposite side of scrim as you're looking through it in pitch blackness makes it worse. You can't see anything. You're blind. So when you're driving Elliot, Big Green Dragon, Pete's Dragon, you can't see. And I'm going to keep repeating this. You can't see a thing. Not a thing. The way you actually saw it at Pete's Dragon is when you articulated the neck, there was a slight gap in the left and right side of the neck. And you could actually just see a slit. It was a razor thin slit that you got to see out. But you could only see if the neck went off at the far direction left or far direction right. That's like the only time you could see out the slit. The rest of the time, if you look down, it was just a black plywood planked floor that your feet and the gas brake L and 2 pedal sat upon. So you couldn't see down the ground, nothing like that. So when I say you, I should say the way I drove parade floats is by the feel, the experience, what it felt like, how the elevation changed on the parade route, how the pitch, the yaw, the roll of the parade float itself. I didn't actually use my sight. I used my peripheral vision. Like I said, there's no windows, there's no windshields, there's no portholes. Some floats do, yes, have cameras and you use the monitor, but that's cheating. That's not what I'm talking about. Electrical parade, let me rephrase. The Main Street Electrical Parade floats. Old school, of course, they were came out at Disneyland circa early 70s, revised in 77, 78 for that season, and of course revised again. But the point is, they were low technology, low tech, and they just have nothing going on that's high tech at all. And it's just driving old school. That's all it is. In fact, the older units are called hydrostats, meaning they were actually hydraulic, how they propelled them. So they had car batteries, 12-volt batteries, but they weren't exactly car batteries. They were special high-end batteries meant for deep charge where they could charge them in the warehouse overnight. And then they had enough batteries to maintain, of course, the electrical system for the lighting and the parade audio in those parade units as well. But anyways, where I'm going with this with Elliot is that it's Wizard of Oz. You can't see, and I always drove it by essentially the way it felt. If it felt right, you did it. If it didn't felt right, you were alarmed and alerted, and you did your best to correct the action. So there you go. You got a story from driving Elliot, Pete's Dragon at the Main Street Electrical Parade at Disney's California Adventure, and also at Disneyland in the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, California. And as you all know, Main Street Electrical Parade floats came to the Walt Disney World Resort, and then they transferred back and forth. And in just a quick note, in my opinion, by no means is this official Disney. This is just my opinion. They pull out the electrical parade out of their back pockets, Disney that is, when they need to generate maximum revenue or get a certain segment of the population, such as locals or annual pass holders, back in the park to spend their money on certain items. So, with that said, let's go back to the chat. as we walk around aimlessly with the creation shop just up ahead here. And then zippity-doo-dog-dug, that's right, that's what he said last. And Spinal's back. Spinal says, thanks for having me on, dude. Look forward to talking in the future. That's right, Spinal. It was nice meeting you. We have to collaborate on some future projects here at EPCOT. And for everybody listening, listen to the background stream. I don't know what's coming across in the background audio. The background audio loop. I could hear it clear as day. I hope everybody in the chat could hear it as well. I love this new loop, but like I said before, my favorite loops are the original, EPCOT original anything. So you could safely say in the future, if there's ever a conversation going on, that John will always say, the best stuff at EPCOT is the original stuff. Original music, original attractions, original layout, original concept, original everything. I want my EPCOT back. But like I said also, all the changes that Walt Disney Imagineering and the Walt Disney World Resort has implemented here at EPCOT has definitely plussed it for this current audience. When I say audience, the current guests that are coming to the theme parks. They are bringing more immersive, more details, more everything. The point is, everything they do here at EPCOT, I love. Even the new stuff, I love. I do not feel that they have dropped the ball at all in even the most minor detail at EPCOT, because I am here a lot, and when I say a lot, I still don't want to tell everybody how often I come to EPCOT, but I'm here a lot to see changes, and I notice details and all the little things, trust me. So I'm here probably as often or more often than a lot of the cast members. But I simply am passionate and adore this place. And if you look carefully, look, resting comfortably on the monorail beamway are 3 seagulls. They're just hanging out up there. They definitely have a bird's eye view. We are now approaching the World Showcase Lagoon here at EPCOT, and just up ahead is the 2025 EPCOT International Festival of the Arts signage. As I mentioned previously, the Festival of the Arts is only running through the 24th, which I believe is a Monday, this Monday. So if you're interested in getting out here at the Festival of the Arts, you should get out here soon. But also remember, Festival of the Arts, it will be back. Do not fret. You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT. Just up ahead here is a Disney PhotoPass photographer taking some photos with 4 guests, I should say. We'll actually swing around the backside of all this signage and head over to the World Showcase Lagoon, where we can see all the luminous barges all set up. I really have no information on Luminous. If somebody has more information than me in the chat, let me know. I am really eager and willing to learn about Luminous, but I'm going to do my best by just surmising and just looking and speculating out here. Because again, I have no idea what goes on, but based on my previous experience working at the Disneyland Resort on the Rivers of America with the workboat, working Phantasmic, you know, getting the show together backstage. I worked parades and show support, meaning show support. They did all the backstage show stuff. So like all the guys you see out here, they probably have a department called something like show support, but of course different resorts call it different things, so I really have no idea. If anybody knows what they're called, let me know. But I do see the EPCOT cast members wearing shirts that are, I want to call it tan in color. It just says fireworks on it. So I don't know what department they're actually in, but I can only imagine those are the actual pyro, P-Y-R-O guys, and they actually, you know, have to be licensed for pyro. So you probably see them on their workboat. I don't see a we're in luck, because I do see a workboat. As I said that, here we go. I got to go around the hedges. You're going, but John, there's the hedge. You can't see anything. You are in luck. I am seeing not 1, but 2, but 3 workboats here. And what I'm guessing is these cast members here are probably fireworks, like I was saying before, in the, tan shirts. I don't know what. They look white on camera, I guess, maybe, with black. So dressed in more black. Anyways, that's what I'm talking about. When I say workboats, or a workboat. That's what I'm talking about when I was working on Fantasmic. So backstage support. So, but I imagine those are actually fireworks guys there, and those two boats and the guys over here are probably techs. That's just my guess. Techs over here. But pointing the camera into the con of the sun, where I'm going to put my sunglasses on here in just a moment. Delaying to put my sunnies on, and I hope this comes across on camera because it looks great to me standing here in front of the World Showcase Lagoon with the seagulls in town clamoring. I don't hear them say mine, 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 but maybe you and the chat viewers do. But I wanted to point out Luminous. So this show I think is very EPCOT. In fact, it feels very like laserphonic fantasy to me. You're going to go, what are you talking about? There's a show, you know, Don Dorsey's show, Laserphonic Fantasy. I'd encourage you to look up Progress City USA podcast if you want to inquire more about Don Dorsey for parade audio, show producing. Good listen with the Crawford brothers, Michael and Jeff Crawford, awesome. But these little suckers that you see attached to these, you know, vertical piers coming out of the water, all pyro barges that those workboats earlier, the Pyro PYRO guys probably took out from, of course, the inlet. They're headed back towards the inlet probably. And then they took the pyro barges and, of course, they tied them off to the piers, plugged in the connections for the electrical so it could go back to the central computer. But anyways, everybody in the chat probably knows this. All these are just those things you're looking at. Giant pyro barges, giant water pumps, giant water fountains, but those big suckers there are just giant barges that just barely fit through the inlet over there by China. Oh, and the sun's going behind the clouds, so I'm going to take my sunnies off. And over there in Canada at the Mill Stage, we can hear a band. It's quite loud. But what a gorgeous view as I slowly pan across World Showcase Lagoon and all the various countries. And you can see the seagulls hanging out up here on the Friendship Landing. Of course, the covered, what am I going to say? Covered, I'm not even sure what you should call it. The covered awning structure, I guess. And of course, the sign, Transportation to World Showcase, which this dock is not utilized at the moment. They're utilizing the opposite dock. But what a time to be here at EPCOT. There are more art booths that Tiki Man fan probably would like to see, but I gotta check my fuel rod and it's gone. Okay, I gotta keep one camera charged because I only have one camera at the moment. I'll attempt to plug it into the opposite camera and get that sucker powered up. The only issue with once I power a camera down, I have to connect it wirelessly, and it's kind of a task, a chore to get it to connect sometimes. There's a lot of wireless interference. I've noticed in some sections of the resort, there's more interference than others. And that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes wireless just doesn't like interference. But, oh, what do you know? What do you know? We're next to the portable charger here. I'm gonna unplug my cable here and then hit swap. Swap, it's a touch screen, so put it in the right orientation. And give it a second, and we got it, success. Okay. All right, we got 4 LEDs. We're gonna put it back in the holder here. Just give me one moment. I'll actually slowly turn the camera around so you can see some merchandise at this location. And this is Disney Traders. Let me plug in my USB-C cable. The camera's gonna bounce around a bit. Cable plugged in now. I'm gonna attempt to plug in a second cable to another camera. Give me one moment. I'm gonna try to power on the device. So it probably won't power on because it's probably too dead. But you saw my big fat hand in front of the camera, I'm sure. But here is merchandise items at this location. Let me back up to get you a better view and a vantage point. So if you came in the main door here at Disney Traders, I'll actually back up through the door and we'll pretend that we're gonna enter the shop. But I first wanted to show you something that's always was interesting to me. If anybody in the chat knows more, I'd love to hear it because I haven't figured out this mystery. So look at the ground. It's hard to see, but there is quite an elevation change. Where I'm standing now in the walkway, the pathway, the midway, there is an elevation change starting right here where I'm pointing. This line in the concrete. This line in the concrete here. Excuse me, go ahead. I'm sorry. That line in the concrete deviates where the elevation changes. So it goes up higher. I really don't know the answer to this. Is it simply that the pathway, because I'll pan over to the right, is it simply because this pathway, the elevation starts high? Because obviously, you know, when Walt Disney Imagineering or WED in those days, they wanted, of course, when you walk for the vantage point, higher. So this elevation is probably higher in this area, and then it becomes lower where I'm standing. But of course, there is a drain back here. So it's a smaller drain. But if I slowly turn the camera around, we're going 360, I know. It's not great to be turning cameras around like this all the time, but it's the best I could do, I think. Is this elevation change the only way it's like this is simply because the water level, the storm drain, you know, when it rains or pours here, it would become too high. So the store had to be this tall in order so they never have water intrusion come into this store, Disney Traders. That's my best guess, but like I said, if anybody in the chat knows more than me, I'd love to hear it. The only reason why I'm perplexed because behind us is quite a small drain for such a large area that changes in elevation a lot. I can only imagine that a larger drain would be required for a size like that based on, you know, the amount of water coming in. But anyways, came back into Disney Traders. If you looked overhead here, you can see Disney Moana 2, and they have the various Disney Moana 2 themed merchandise. Since EPCOT does have the walkthrough Moana water feature now, they offer Moana merchandise. Not only the dolls, but other various collections. They have the ore, which I think lights up. I don't know, I'm not positive. But also other fashion apparel items featuring Disney princesses such as Moana. And then there's more merchandise in the middle merchandise rack as well. Wayfinder for the junior explorers. There's also Hey Hey. Who doesn't love Hey Hey with the magnet? As I pull it up, he was kind of like sticking because, you know, it's magnetic. It sticks to the shelf. Hey Hey. No, Hey Hey, the character, not Hey Hey you. Okay. There's more Figment merchandise. We gotta go check out the Figment merchandise because, you know, as I always say before, who doesn't love Figment? And even though they are utilizing Figment, I think they should push Figment merchandise even more. So, there we go. Figment on t-shirts. I feel like every time I talk about Figment, I'm actually talking about Spaceballs, the movie. Spaceballs of merchandise. Spaceball, you know, every merchandise item in Spaceballs. May the Schwartz be with you. Spaceballs. That's what I feel like when I talk about Figment, because I want Figment everywhere. I want Figment in Animal Kingdom. Everybody in the chat's gonna go, what are you talking about? I love Figment, that's all I'm saying. Okay. One little spark lights up for you. Figment. Anybody in the chat remember the original Imagination Pavilion? Man, oh man, I wish that was still around. We could do a whole video on just that. I could just keep talking about that. But this is where we started to come in and get to Fuel Rod. We could point and see at the Walt Disney World merchandise. This shirt's pretty cool too. It's got all of the essentially icons here at the various theme parks from the Walt Disney World Resort. I could go closer. I hope the camera picks it up. It's a neat little shirt. I'm actually curious to see how much it is. It's probably going to be way too much, more than I expected. $64.99. Yeah, that's a little more than I expected. Okay, I should expect a lot of dollars when I come into Disney stores. And I was interested over here. Do they actually have the 50th stuff, or am I just confusing the packaging? That sure looks like the 50th castle to me. But of course, if you look at the castle today, it still is, you know, painted to the 50th, but it is still gorgeous. I love it. I would say they shouldn't change it, even though I do love the original castle, you know, circa from 1971. The current paint scheme on the castle for the 50th it's pretty impressive. Okay, we're gonna continue in this shop here. They have other Mickey. Oh, this is cool. I actually didn't see this. I'm sure everybody in the chat will get a big kick out of it as well. Look at. So, they have t-shirts that are specific to World Showcase countries with Mickey dressed in the appropriate attire with EPCOT font. I love it. Look at Canada Mickey, Morocco Mickey, Japanese Mickey, Italian Mickey, German Mickey. I like that shirt. Oh boy. That's a neat shirt. Of course, look at the Spirit jersey with all the Mickeys as well, the various Mickeys. And they have the tumblers too. I had no idea they carried this line of merchandise. See, look at how giant nerd I am. Anything Epcot related, boy, I am all in. And look at the front, of course, of the Spirit jersey has the Epcot logo with all the Mickeys. And Epcot World Show, oh, that's even better. It says Epcot World Showcase, because I can't get enough of World Showcase. I love it. That is cool. Okay, we're missing more. There are more apparel items with Mickey, more t-shirts. Look, USA, Norway, Mexico, and China. Did we miss one? Oh, I bet they don't have an Africa pavilion or an equatorial Africa pavilion. See what we got here. Look, United Kingdom. I was going to say, we were missing that one. Well, there you are. That's the Germany one. They also have pins. Wow, see? I don't know much about the pins, but I'm willing to learn, as Homer says. Oh, the German Mickey. There's something about the German Mickey. I like it. I like it a lot. I love lamp. I'll tell you that. I love me some lamp. Wow. Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, we're slowly going to back up here. And we're going to survey the rest of the store, the shop, the merchandise location here. Disney Traders. There's some Marvel-themed merchandise. Oh, and of course, bubble wands. Okay, because I'm pointing the camera at it. You heard me say this all the time. When I'm here at the Walt Disney World Resort, and I just am in random spots, I either see bubbles or hear can this play? I don't know how to turn it on or activate it. I don't know. You probably have to pull the little cable cord, the little piece of plastic, so the battery doesn't die. So I won't play with it anymore because I don't want to drain the battery. But the point is, I just hear Little Mermaid everywhere I am in the parks here. And here is the collectible medallions, in this case, 2025 collectible medallions. I could try to get closer to see if we could actually get the logo in shot or in focus. Yeah, there you go. Of course, I like the EPCOT one. It says EPCOT on it. And we can look below. Not sure if it'll come across on camera. And on the opposite side of the automatic door, we have the press penny collectibles as well. And I think we have chilled beverages. Yeah, they even have the chilled beverages here. Coca-Cola products. So if you're parched. But let's head out the door as the camera looks into the sun. See what we can find out here in the promenade. Oh boy, sun's bright even though it's going down, and it's a gorgeous night here. Going into the early evening hours here at Epcot. And of course you could hear the loop, the background audio. I love it. Nothing beats the greatest hits of World Showcase. You know, the loop that plays in this area in the promenade, of course, and also the International Gateway at Epcot. Same loop, love it. Because it plays, of course, all the best hits from all the countries around World Showcase. Lagoon. So relaxing. Such a great time to be here. Hey, we missed the Friendship Boat. Up ahead is the Friendship Boat. And as I was talking about Progress City USA podcast with Michael and Jeff Crawford, I can't remember what episode it is. I can't remember if they did a whole episode, but I think it was when Michael Crawford was talking about when he worked here at Epcot, when he was in college, and he actually was a skipper on the Friendship boats and how he enjoyed piloting the Friendship boats. And he was talking about all the technical details and aspects of it. He provided some numbers, some facts and figures that are very difficult to come by. So I highly encourage or recommend you listen to Progress City USA podcast. They do an amazing job. And I hope pointing my camera into the sun doesn't, or you're probably looking at a friendship boat that's black in color. But I love my friendship boats. Okay, for a Tiki Man fan, we could always go back and look at the art. We came out of course, Disney Traders. This is port of entry here. I could spare you more merchandise because that's here all the time. But Deco Delights is over here. And I think Pop Eats is up here. Pop Eats is very popular. We could always go check out the menu at Pop Eats. And you know what always surprises me? Swirled Showcase. I would imagine it has such a good location that the line's always packed at Swirled Showcase. And even when there's no festival going on, Swirled Showcase, right up here, seems to always have a line. That's always in proportion to the attendance here at EPCOT. So it could be just soft serve, people love it, or a combo of location and their love for soft serve. I'm attempting to navigate around guests here in the midway. I'm gonna remove my sunglasses, put them back on my shirt because I'm behind the tree line with the sun going down. And yes, in fact, Pop Eats is right here. We could go check out Pop Eats, check out the menu. To do that, of course, I have to grab the bat phone out of my pocket and activate the wireless feature. Just give me one moment here. All right, so we're at a food studio, Papa Eats, here at Epcot and World Showcase. They offer snacks 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's considered a festival kiosk. We're going to hit view menu. And the snacks offered at Festival of the Arts food offerings include tomato soup with grilled cheese. I hear this is the most popular item they have. They also have tomato soup with pimento cheese, bacon, and fried green tomato grilled cheese. A good combo pairing, along with the Festival of the Arts beverage offerings, like this Brooklyn Brewery Pulp Art Hazy IPA, Brooklyn, New York. That's a mouthful for me. Blue Spectrum Blanc de Blue Cuvée Massot with boba pearls. And allergy-friendly Pop Eats tomato soup with grilled cheese is an offering as well. And then the tomato soup with pimento cheese and bacon, the same thing. Okay, yada yada, you saw it. So that was a long way to go to pop up the menu just to get you that. But here we go, I'll take it off screen.
You just need to look at everyone's
And I'll actually deactivate the wireless feature, and you're looking at, of course, the Pop Eats Food Studio. Enjoy that, and I'll be right with you in just one moment here. Gonna put the bat phone back in my pocket. I'm standing off to the side. There's a lot of guest traffic coming in this little narrow walkway where I'm at. I could actually get closer to the menu items so we could see what it looks like. I just wanted to pop up the menu for you before we actually got to look at the photos. But let me check the chat here and give me just a moment to get, organized. Put the logo on the screen. Check the chat. Oh, Simon Rogers is back. Hello, Simon Rogers. He has two hands waving. Hi. Welcome back. And Cutstown Comet says, wow, didn't realize how cool it is at Epcot. Yeah, Epcot is amazing. seen all the jackets on my 62 degrees and only a high of 61 tomorrow. Yeah, to me, it's a little on the colder side. You know, February in general has excellent weather here, but it can be, you know, a little cooler here in February. Either way, I'll still take the 60 degrees. Like I was saying before, I'm just a Southern California kid. I'm used to the sunshine and shorts. That's me. So what we're looking at here is a menu of all the food studios, of course, offered here at Epcot. I was looking for the photos. I wasn't actually paying attention because I was looking at the chat. Oh, the photos are on the front side. I should pay more attention, but as we do, you can actually see. Sorry to oddly put you on camera. I was just looking at the, oh yeah, look at that sandwich. The pimento with the bacon. It sure is good, huh? Thank you so much. Have a great day. Sorry to be so awkward as, you know, pointing. I didn't mean to do that. It just happened that way. But I'm attempting to get just a shot of the Pop Eats menu board here with the tomato soup with grilled cheese that we just saw the nice young woman have that she was enjoying, and the tomato soup with pimento cheese, bacon, and fried green tomato grilled cheese as well. So there's, I'm sorry? Yes, sir. Is it okay to point my camera in your direction? Hello, John with Fun to Be Free. This young gentleman here was asking if I'm a vlogger. Yes, case in point, I am. So I'm here at Epcot checking out the International Festival of the Arts, as you know. And we met before, but John with Fun to Be Free. So if you'd like to see yourself on camera, you can look up on YouTube, Fun to Be Free. You can take a photo if you'd prefer, if you'd like to see that.
I remember it.
Oh, you remember it. Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you all. Enjoy your trip. I'm sorry?
I said thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a great time.
All right.
So let's go look at Pop Eats. I want to go around the corner here. Epcot International Festival of the Arts, Pop Eats. So there's probably a reflection, a glare in the glass, but there's, of course, the tomato soup and the grilled cheeses, and they look really good. Absolutely. I do hear guests, I should say, word of mouth as I'm walking awkwardly through Epcot alone, mostly by myself, looking like, you know, a lonely, miserable guy. That Pop Eats, I would assume, is one of the more popular food studios here at the Festival of the Arts. The amount of people that talk about it, they rave about it, is what I would say. That's the best word to say. Best phrase, rave. You hear all the purple martins, and you can see them flying. Look, I'm just wildly moving my camera around into the sky, but a good number of purple martins flying around. You don't see too many purple martins flying until really spring, it seems like, especially because they have the purple martin habitat just on the opposite side here over by the creation shop, you know, the nest, those white structures. I should really go back to the chat, because once I start talking, you don't get me stopping. Simon Rogers says, great to be back. Hope you're having a fun Epcot day. Yes, sir. Simon Rogers, you are correct. What is not to like at Epcot? I always have a blast. I always have fun here at Epcot. I want to actually go up here and see a topiary. We saw the news earlier. For all of you chat viewers that are new or just came in, earlier in the video today, we were actually talking about how Walt Disney World has previously announced that they're ending the virtual queue here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, and of course over at Magic Kingdom Park with Tiana's Bayou Adventure. But you could actually go and review the footage. We actually went on ride to Guardians. It was fun. It was amazing. It was pretty neat for me to experience. I don't get to experience it because, you know, the virtual queue is really a hindrance. But now, with them ending it, I could actually just pop in anytime, especially at park close. Be the last guy in line that stands there by himself at the end of the line, you know, awkwardly. But here is the Goofy topiary that we saw this in the news yesterday, and there was other topiaries that we did take a look at over from Blog Mickey. Blog Mickey has great photos of the upcoming Flower and Garden Festival and all the topiaries that were distributed around Epcot. We could take a walk all the way around World Showcase. I don't know where we'll end up. We could start walking. But there's a good shot of Goofy. And I just wanted to point down, he's blowing his dandelions. And what I just realized as I'm talking, all of these beautiful flowers. Look off in the distance as the monorail cycles above. Look at way, yeah. they have all the flowers out for the EPCOT International Flower and Garden Festival, and they are gorgeous. Look at all the yellows just popping. So we were over in this area of EPCOT. There's Spaceship Earth on the other side of the beamway. I always get excited when I see Spaceship Earth. Icon of EPCOT, just glistening as the sun is setting here in Central Florida. It's setting behind the Imagination Pavilion, which is another neat site. But just up ahead here is another food studio, the Craftsman Courtyard. I'll spare you my menus. I made menus for everything, any quick service or table service dining experience. I have menus for. So, yeah. But I'll spare you this time. We'll just look at the menu boards. So they offer a few items here, like the beef Wellington-inspired croissant supreme, cast iron roasted mussels, and the roasted bone marrow. Just wanted to give you a quick shot as we pass by, because I'm not certain where we're going to head, but maybe we should just go around World Showcase. And I'm neglecting the chat, so maybe we should reverse our direction in a moment. But before we do, I just wanted to come check out the flowers over here before we go counterclockwise around World Showcase, maybe, since we're in this orientation. But beautiful. The sun is setting and is starting, of course, obviously, to go down, and starting to get a little chilly here at EPCOT. Like I said earlier, I didn't bring a jacket. It's gonna get for a Southern California, Florida guy, I'm usually used to the 80 and 90 plus degree weather in my shorts and t-shirt. But I'm starting to shiver and get a little cold here in the shade. So we'll see how far we get before I run back to the car and be a baby. And everybody in the chat's going, it's not cold there. Like Cutsdown Cobbett was saying, from Pennsylvania. Okay. Simon Rogers says, great to be back. Hope you're having a fun day at EPCOT. Yeah. So we saw that as I repeat myself awkwardly. Yeah. Yes, we did. Oh, and then looks like they're setting up. No. I was looking. I thought this was a food studio at first that was closed, but no, it's the paint distribution. They're using the food studio as the paint distribution for the wall that we didn't get in shot there. You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT. The magic of possibility. And Tiki Man fan wanted to see more artwork, so maybe we'll go up here and look at some more artwork. And I just have to go around people here. It is quite popular today in World Showcase. I would say there is an increased level in attendance. And I parked way out, as far as you could park, way out of the parking lot, the last row. Yeah, that's where I parked today. So it's quite crowded here today. There's the Thomas Kincaid Studios artwork as well. I'm attempting to not run into people. Simon Rogers says they recycled the same plant. And I'm going to slowly back up here. I'm cautiously looking behind me because, it's pretty crowded here in the pathways. The camera doesn't do it justice, I think, how crowded it is. I could point it in this direction, right into the sun. That's a great shot. But you could probably see I got to hold it higher. It's pretty crowded today. Not crazy, but there's people here. Over to our right-hand side is the refreshment port. I call the rookie move. When you have all these awesome food studios with all the international delectable morsel items they have to offer, and then somebody's in your family or your friends or party says, let's go to the refreshment port and get some French fries. Comment in the chat below if you have a difference of opinion. And there's actually no queue here for gourmet landscapes here in the Canada Pavilion, which is actually quite shocking to me. As I was just saying, increased attendance, we get over here and there's like nobody in this area. It's kind of odd. Seems like usually if I walk by, there's always a packed queue there. Hotel du Canada. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I have bad vision. I don't have my glasses on, but it sure looks like they are missing a window. One of the lower windows there. I could be wrong, but it looks like the entire window's missing. Let's take a look out for the amazing World Showcase Lagoon with the luminous barges out there as the sun is setting here at EPCOT. And since we're talking about the Festival of the Arts, anybody in the chat have any insight to why United Kingdom Pavilion doesn't have any food studios? I have nothing really to offer. I can't even make up anything. I mean, the only thing I got is that it's a poor location for guest flow. But they put Ireland there, right? So I don't know why. Because sometimes they have the food studio here in UK and sometimes they don't. I really don't know why. It seems like it's a big hassle to move those food studios because you have to have a giant crane and truck trailer come in, get them out, bring them backstage. Oh, here's the topiaries. We got the Peter Pan and Mr. Hook topiary. It's up here. We could go take a quick look. Look, see, it's always popular with guests. They love mimicking Peter Pan and Hook. We'll just take a closer look here real quick. Oh, and we got a friendship boat in the background. Who doesn't like seeing a friendship boat on World Showcase Lagoon? Can you hear it? I sure can. I love that sound. Okay, we're gonna swing the camera over to the opposite side of the pathway, take a quick look, and then we'll move on. And we'll go look for some more topiaries. You're fine, no worries. I'll move on. The guest was trying to get a photo in there. She wanted to respect my camera, but it's okay. Oh, Ryan Wesley's back in the chat. He says, thank you so much for the streams. Well, you're welcome, Ryan Wesley. Thank you for joining me again. And Simon Rogers also says, I land 11 weeks today with an airplane. All right, Simon's coming. He's excited. When's the last time you were here, Simon? I may have asked you that before, but I just can't remember if you said something. Oh, and while we're here, I just wanted to mention for everybody in the chat how often I'm here. This is a new tree. I'm sure it's been here, I don't know, 2 months, I don't know, whatever it's been. But there was a larger tree here that they cut down and they installed this one more recently. Looks like a southern live oak to me. I'm not an expert on plants or trees, but if anybody knows more, let me know. But they also took out another large tree, a gorgeous tree over here in the UK. We'll go check that out a couple months ago as well. Oh, we're missing the Winnie the Pooh topiaries with Eeyore and Piglet, Tigger. But check that out. There we go, just a quick look. And I love the background audio, as I always say. This is always in my head too. The UK loop, I love it. There we go, take a quick look over here. There we go, Pooh. Oh, and Simon Rogers says, it was last May. Simon, I think we were talking about how often you come. If it wasn't you, it was another chap from the UK. I've had a few numerous members from the UK jump into the chat. And as you could probably imagine, sometimes I feel like a one-man band juggling a lot of stuff. I get distracted a lot when there's strollers coming right at me, like 3 strollers you probably can't see right now on screen. But there were 3 strollers that were headed kind of in my general direction. I kind of paused and I was looking at them. And so the strollers really throw me off because I'm trying to use my peripheral vision because I don't want to get run over. Because there was one day I got run over at Magic Kingdom a lot. Oh, here's the Tinkerbell topiary with the new lighting in the shrubbery behind it and all the various villages. A lot of villages. And Tinkerbell. And so, yeah, look behind her. You can see all the twinkle lights. And then all the various villages. Slowly panning the camera. I'll get back to Tinkerbell because everybody's like, just show Tinkerbell. That's the popular one. There's Tinkerbell again. Okay, we're slowly back up. Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera. We're headed off in the direction of course, the International Gateway to EPCOT. But before we get there, I wanted to point out, So it looks like they did some tree pruning here, but the tree they actually cut down was over here in this location a couple of months ago. I could be getting it wrong. I said 2 months, it could be 3 months. I don't know, it's been a while now. But it's weird. When I walk through EPCOT, you know, my favorite park, any change just stops me in my tracks. And when I say stops me, I'm literally walking around, not paying attention, and then something, I go, oh, I literally stop my forward direction of travel. And I go, there's something missing in this area, and then quickly realize whatever it is. In this case, it's actually, they removed one of the large trees here. It was actually approximately in the location with this smaller tree I'm pointing at right now. It was beautiful. It was something similar to the tree on the opposite side of the pathway, this large tree over there that they removed. I could only imagine that horticultural team designated it, that it had a disease or something to that effect. But if anybody in the chat knows more why they removed these trees, let me know. I do know at Disneyland Resort, they started removing trees because they became too unsafe, meaning they were too large. And they actually had a couple of trees fall. That's a whole nother story we could cover another day. I don't want to get into that one right now. But I do mention that this is a new tree that they planted right after they removed the big tree we were just talking about here in the UK. Near the photo spot, I'll get the photo spot sign awkwardly in there. I could probably get it better now. The photo spot suggested by Disney Photo Pass. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to turn around here. And the camera's probably gonna, you know, swing. But we're headed up towards the International Gateway at EPCOT. We're not actually gonna go to or towards the gate, but I just wanted to mention the background audio, the ambiance, the trees, the look and feel of the UK pavilion here. My favorite part of the park walking through is it's right here. And I know it's just the International Gateway that goes to a bridge. I love it. This is my favorite part of the park because it's just so relaxing back here. It's not very relaxing now when the attendance is on the higher side, but nonetheless, I enjoy it the most. I just love walking this direction. So if I ever choose either left or right or clockwise, counterclockwise, you know, Mexico, Canada, Canada, Mexico, I always come this way simply because I love this area of the park right here. And while we're up here, there is another tree that they recently removed. I'd say less than 2 months ago, but again, I could be getting that wrong. There was a large southern live oak that they removed. It was approximately in the location that I am pointing the camera now. So right here is where they removed the tree. To give you an example, that's what it looked like. So this canopy of these oak trees, as you walk under it, as you enter the park from the International Gateway to EPCOT, it is a neat part of the park. I love coming through International Gateway to EPCOT, especially when the attendance is higher. But I want to point down the floral Mickey down there. Love that as well. And then the bridge going from, of course, England over to France, just like the river. And we could get a good look here at the World Showcase Lagoon. And then behind us as well, going back to, you know, the EPCOT International Gateway. But I'm going to pause here for just a moment because it's such a gorgeous view. So everybody in the chat could enjoy this. Oh, and it looks like there's a special event going on down there. You can see all the, you know, temporary tables. So maybe a corporate event, I'm guessing, down there. Probably staying at the Yacht or Beach Club, possibly Swan or Dolphin, maybe Boardwalk. But I've got to go back to the better view of World Showcase Lagoon as the sun's going down. Love it. So relaxing. As we're paused here, what I should do is plug in my phone to power it up. I only have about 30% juice. Oh, and oh man. I'm looking at my fuel rod and we only have one green LED. So that means I should go back and get a fuel rod before we proceed counterclockwise around World Showcase. And I'm sure everybody in the chat's going, no, we want to go into World Showcase more. Yes, I know, I agree, I do too. But we're not going to make it on the juice. So I'm going to slowly turn back, and my apologies to everybody. But again, everybody in the chat, I'm still trying to figure out the power consumption on these cameras. I really like my camera rig, the way it's set up. And as you probably heard before, there's many guests that approach me and stop me because my camera rig does not look like anything they've ever seen before. I call it Frankenstein, but Frankenstein I want to continue with. It's just, I need to figure out how to power Frankenstein. And everybody in the chat's probably just going, just get a power bank and a backpack and a cable. You know, these old telephones and those old telephone cords, they used to coil up. I'm not a big fan of cables and cords hanging. I don't want to be tethered because I swing the camera around a lot. That's the whole thing. I really don't want to carry a whole backpack just for one power bank. And you're going to say, just put it in your shorts pocket or whatever. And I'll go, it's too heavy. It gets so hot. Have you ever carried a large power bank that's super heavy? And then, of course, you put it in your pockets, and it's literally hotter than the summer Florida sun? Yeah. And everybody's going, stop crying and just do it. I've already tried it. It doesn't work for my flow, if you will. I want it to be completely wireless, meaning wireless cameras, wireless phone, all that jazz, and all that jazz. Anyways, one thing I wanted to point out as we're walking by, of course, there is incredibly popular here, of course, the red telephone booths circa the United Kingdom. Everybody has to go get their photos with. I always see guests going to take photos in there. The other thing I wanted to point out is this particular merchandise kiosk here opened, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, whatever it is now. It recently reopened, and previously it has been closed for over 4 years. So good news there. I'm glad to see this is reopened. So we're going to slowly turn the camera, and there's a lot of people looking and coming at me. That's why I'm pausing, and you're going, well, great, we got a shot of Joffrey's. Okay, so let's get on track. I'm actually trying to get back to Disney Traders. We're trying to get a fuel rod because I got to keep these cameras charged. It's very challenging to keep these the cameras charged. Check in the chat. Simon Rogers says, are you Frankenstein and the setup is the monster? Oh, good one, Simon. Good one. But no, speaking of Frankenstein, maybe you could call me Young Frankenstein. You know, Mel Brooks's Young Frankenstein. What an awesome film as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat that remember that classic. I'm also a big fan of Mel Brooks films, but who isn't? Oh, I did mention Spaceballs, the movie, earlier, while we were actually in Disney Traders. I loved watching Young Frankenstein as a kid. I'm actually going to grab the bat phone out of my pocket. I just am checking the levels on it, just out of curiosity to see how we're doing. Okay, we got plenty of juice on my second phone, the bat phone, in my pocket, but not enough juice on the Frankenstein. The camera rig I'm holding. Oh, we missed Bambi. How did I? Oh, because I was looking at Gourmet Landscapes earlier. So that's good we doubled back. There you go. Looking good for the upcoming 2025 EPCOT International Flower and Garden Festival. Don't forget Thumper. And then, see, I'm kind of in a rush now because I got to get a fuel rod. You're watching live streaming coverage from EPCOT at the Walt Disney World Resort. The magic of possibility. And up here on our right hand, oh boy, you just heard that chime on my Pocket 3. I got a 10% battery remaining. Oh boy. And I'm looking at the fuel rod. We ain't doing so good. Ain't's not a word, as my mom says. We are not doing well. Excuse me. So I'm desperately and frantically trying to get back to Disney Traders to the fuel rod dispensing location. In the meantime, we could attempt to enjoy some artwork by Rob Kaz here, but we're gonna, breeze by it. So there's a couple of tents set up by Rob Kaz, one here and the next one as well. These are popular locations simply because we're at the World Showcase Promenade here. There's Figment's backside on the rainbow, which is probably hard to pick out. And a monorail on the beamway coming. You can see the light. Looks like monorail peach. Of course, with the orangish, peachish color LED lights displayed below the chassis. And Disney Traders is up here on the right-hand side. We're gonna get a quick shot of Miguel and Dante. But we should go check out Miguel and Dante on the other side, but Mexico, the topiaries. Isn't it? Oh, you heard him talk. Somebody got a magic band. I don't have one. But Disney Traders we're heading into. And we were talking about earlier, because Blog Mickey had the article about that projector. Last Flower and Garden, they had a projector focused on Miguel and Dante, but it's not out yet, which leads me to believe or speculate that it may not return, but we'll see. You never know. I got to go to the opposite side. In the meantime, grabbing the fuel rod and desperately trying to get to the portable charger station to hit swap. Put that sucker in. And in just a few moments, can't get no satisfaction. There you go. So, bingo. Putting it back in the fuel rod holder. Attempting to plug in USB-C cable. And what do we got? Okay. I'm going to weirdly walk through the doorway, as I'm not focused on the camera or, what's going on here. And I'm plugging it back in. And we had an issue yesterday with a fuel rod. Maybe this is a bad fuel rod again. But I'm attempting to plug in the USB-C cable and it doesn't seem to be. I'm going to exchange the fuel rod. How about that? We'll try there. Yesterday at Magic Kingdom, I exchanged it and it worked. So give it a shot. Are you coming in, ma'am? Oh, okay. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Enjoy the view of the Mexico Pavilion in the meantime for everybody in chat. I'm just holding the door and I'll be right with you. We're going back to get a fuel rod, and this is not great content, but hit swap again. Fuel rod probably loves me swapping these things. Costing fuel rod money probably. Okay, we got another one. We'll give it another shot. I'm gonna go out the door fast again, because I gotta get this sucker charged. Okay, we have success. So again, for the second time, we had a B-U-M, fuel rod. So this is fuel rod number 2 that didn't cooperate, broken, didn't work. Could be my cable, but yet again, we get a different fuel rod. Cable works, charging. We're charging. Okay, so like I said before, Miguel and Dante are just up here in Mexico Pavilion, or near it. We'll go take a look. Of course, Odyssey is off to our left-hand side. Oh, and Fictional Victuals. Another food studio here near World Showcase Lagoon Promenade. And there's the William Silver's art booth, I guess you could say. I'm not quite sure what they're calling it. Art booth is what I just coined it. But we got to get up here to the Miguel and Dante topiary. Oh, and Kenneth is back. Hello, Kenneth. The word EPCOT is an acronym that Disney himself created that stood for Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Yes, sir. I have nothing else to add. Bingo. That's it. Nailed it. Okay, Miguel and Dante. This is quite a neat little topiary display. I may not be focused on it long enough for our viewers, but I did want to. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to back up. There's people on the walkway here. Over in this direction is the projector on a pole that I was mentioning earlier that is no longer here. So I'm attempting to locate the footer, the little concrete pad where it was, but they could have removed it, not quite certain. But it was, I believe, in this general location right here. I'll back up. But there was a green pole that stuck up vertically. It kind of, as I recall, it was between the black lamppost and the large speaker here. There was a green pole in this direction, or right here. And on the top of it was an awkward-looking green rectangular box with a hole in it. There's actually multiple holes. And I'll slowly turn the camera so I don't make everybody seasick again. But it projected onto the actual topiaries. Comment in the chat below if you remember that. But it projected like an animated, I don't know what the right terminology is, a sequence of lights that moved or danced. It really wasn't animated, but it was a projector. So it created almost a sparkle, a twinkle effect on Dante, you know, like a multicolor. Oh, hello there. Sorry to put you awkwardly on camera. I was just trying to get Dante. And then Miguel. I'm sorry?
What are you?
Oh, YouTube. YouTube. Yeah. Argentina?
Yes.
Oh. No, famous. No. Fun to be free.
Okay.
Here, you can take. Oh, or they're gonna do it. Is it okay?
Are you famous?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wait.
Yeah. Me wait.
Why are you?
John with Fun to be free.
Fun to be free. Okay.
Why are you recording?
Why am I recording?
Yes.
We're here at EPCOT today to actually discuss Walt Disney World Resort ending the virtual queue for Guardians of the Galaxy. So no virtual queue come February 25th. You could just get in line, standby line.
Who's going to see that video?
Who's going to see?
Yes.
The entire world. You, the entire world.
Okay, we're gonna see followers.
Here, let me point the camera at Miguel for a moment.
Okay, yes.
And then go to web.
Yes.
Can we get a picture?
Oh yeah, sure. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, smart man.
So go to web.
Now we are with the famous.
Oh no. Let me see here.
Buena cámara.
You're in live.
I really like.
Yeah. Let's see. Go to. Oh, that's right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
Oh, you're famous.
Yeah. Bingo. That's me right there. All right. Yeah. Take care. Hello. Bye. So there you go. More interactions here at EPCOT. More new subscribers for me, John, Fun to be free. Okay, let's continue into World Showcase, into the Mexico Pavilion. We're gonna cross the bridge here. Oh boy. Do you see what I see up here? I just see a solid mob of people. It's one of the pinch points here at EPCOT. Like we always discuss at Adventureland at the Magic Kingdom. That's a lot of people. And I know, I was saying, you know, the attendance is essentially above average right now, but there's a lot of people in this area. And then of course there's a lot of people over here at the Margarita Bar too. Wow. And sometimes, usually, you know, around lunchtime, you see quite a long line here at the La Cantina, the quick service dining establishment here. But there's a lot of people in this area. And Simon Rogers with two hands waving. Hi. And then the Grand Fiesta Tour, I believe, is currently in rehab. I don't actually have the dates when it's going to return. We could look it up, but of course it stalls, you know, the stream, the flow of it. But let me just get a quick shot of the sign. Grand Fiesta Tour starring Three Caballeros is under refurbishment. Anybody in the chat know more when Three Caballeros is back? I don't know. I could look it up, like I said. But anybody know more? Oh, hello there. And so, as I was just mentioning, you know, lots of people. And we were in a pocket of nobody. And then looking ahead, we got lots of people again. Over to the left-hand side, there is usually a meet and greet with Donald Duck. We could see what's going on now. I don't think there's anything. I think they have pre-scheduled times. I'm not sure when they go in, but maybe 5 o'clock Eastern. Anybody in the chat know more? I don't actually have the schedule for the characters. I've actually never looked at it. But since, you know, we're here passing it and everybody in the chat probably is interested, I just thought I'd mention it. But still, a lot of people coming in Norway Pavilion here. I could actually see some of the lighting lifts up on top of the Norway Pavilion, which is impossible, I think, for the camera to pick up behind the trees, speakers, the stave church. But anyways, enjoy the view of all these people just streaming at you, because I feel like it's pretty crowded here today. There is a duck in the pathway getting fed. Look at this. Like in Muppet Vision 3D. Duck! No, not you! Duck! Anyways, gonna slowly turn the camera to face our forward direction. And also topiary is up here, so we could go check that out as well. And as always, a large amount of strollers off to our right-hand side for all the families that are experiencing, of course, the frozen attraction here at Norway. And oh, something to show you, which a lot of people in the chat go, well, that's boring, but I like them. I don't even know what you call them. Topiary snowflakes, but they're cool, they're neat. So they're up. There you go. I like that. And then Anna and Elsa's on the opposite side. Let's head over there. Simon Rogers says March 15th it reopens. Okay, thank you, Simon Rogers, for looking it up. So now I know. Because real quick, I do love me some Three Caballeros, but of course not as good as the original El Rio de Tiempo. But we have Anna and Elsa, of course, topiaries here, with Elsa's new blue cape, which I mentioned earlier. I'll step up here on the flagstone. It really contrasts, which it really gets your eye. Like, my eye's drawn to it. I'll get the whole thing here, because I was looking at the cape. Let it go, let it go. You always hear let it go on the trams, that's for sure. If you drop them, if an item or article should fall from the tram, let it go.
Look at money.
Okay, I'm gonna back up, but there is a large ECV behind me, so I'm stalling. And there is another one, so I'm stalling again. Behind that's a stroller, so bear with me one moment. I'll be right with you. Enjoy the view of the topiary. Okay, now we're time to proceed. Here we go. Okay, zigging in and out of the crowd. There's another food studio here. The Painted Panda. I'll spare you the menu on this one because it will stall the stream. I want to actually get further in the World Showcase. If I keep stopping, we're never going to get anywhere around here. I want to go all the way around.
No, you just.
And of course, you always see junior explorers playing with these little puppets. And then of course, everybody putting on the hat, taking a photo, and then never buying it. As you're aware. Joya Tea is always popular. It's always weird. Some days there's no line, and some days there's literally a line all the way back to the bridge. It's weird. Can never figure that out. We're actually walking up to the inlet here. We were talking about the pyro barges earlier, or the work boats. The work boats and the barges. I'll take a shot over at World Showcase Lagoon, which is oddly behind, you know, the tree, which you can't see right now, I guess. But the point of the story, where I'm going with this, is the barges and work boats traverse or go under into the tributary, the inlet, back over here. But everybody knows that. And usually if we look over to our left-hand side, you can see all those white birds, which I have no idea what type of birds those are. If anybody knows what these birds are, as I say, you know, there's always white birds here, and then I get up here and there's no birds. But let's see. Yeah, they're there. The white birds, I don't know what they are, even though I live in Florida here. Because again, I have bad eyes. I'm not wearing my glasses. I cannot see what types of birds those are. I could only tell you they're white, but they're always out there. Always out there. But here's the inlet, the tributary. And then if I show you the other side, of course, is World Showcase Lagoon with the gorgeous Florida sunset. And across the way, you can see the swan and dolphin. But they're not quite as impressive, of course, as, you know, every pavilion here in World Showcase. But we are entering Africa. Too bad we didn't actually get Equatorial Africa with, of course, the Roots, R-O-T-T-S author. It's not too often that I get to mention Equatorial Africa here at EPCOT. But as you know, every junior explorer loves their drums. I don't think I've ever walked by here without hearing drums, you know, drum beats. And overhead, which you can't see and can't hear, but I definitely heard, is the tourist helicopters. You know, you could go to iDrive, International Drive, get on the helicopter and it'll fly over, you know, this area, Walt Disney World and Universal Studios. That's something I've never done, but I really want to do that. It's just, you know, time and money, got to get out there, got to do it. Over here is the Macola art. We could look at, we'll go in because, you know, they got some cool stuff. They got Disney and they got some Star Wars. And we saw this in one of the Festival of the Arts streams I did, which I really liked since we're here. I really, really like this.
Isn't that the size of the only?
Look at the Space Mountains with the Fab Five in the Disneyland Resort, Anaheim, California, a Space Mountain version rocket. I really like that. I really like that. Okay, so there's other items of art to adore as well. Oh, there's a good one too. Look at the partner statue. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, we're gonna slowly turn and keep going here. So we got festival markets that sell other boring merchandise. I prefer the Disney art myself. And then we were here earlier, or the last one. Scooter makes some amazing stuff. I am really into this stylized artwork. You know, some mid-century modern, some Googie. I love it. I really like it. Where's the one that I really, really like? Oh yeah, right here. I really, really like this one from Scooter. Tomorrowland, circa Disneyland from 1967. Yeah, with the People Mover and the Skyjets. Yeah, that's pretty neat. And Simon Rogers says, I've looked up what birds they are before, but as they aren't found in the UK, it's white ibis. So I believe Simon Rogers found that they're called white IBIS, I believe. White ibis. I'll have to look that up too. Because I've always wondered, I always walk by and go, what kind of birds are those? Gotta look it up, I guess. Thank you, Simon, for that. And Kenneth says, are the crocodiles in the water? Well, as it turns out, Kenneth, I don't believe there are any crocodiles here at the Walt Disney World Resort. In fact, I believe their relocation program, I'm not quite sure what they call it. Anybody know more? I'm drawing a blank. You know, the people at Animal Kingdom that take care of the animals, they relocate all the wildlife, if you will, like the alligators. I personally have never seen an alligator here at the Walt Disney World Resort because I'm sure the team is very proactive in relocating them to their, what do they call them? Their off-site wildlife sanctuaries. They have specific titles. I can't come up with the one they have at the moment. But of course, there's the Noah Fine Art over there. In that direction, we could go look. Take a quick look. There is a food studio here approaching Germany. I'm attempting to actually get over there, but you know, lots of strollers. So I'll just have to get in there, I guess. What got my attention while we're coming over here is this large poster, You and Me Together Forever. So it's perfect for Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day, of course, just behind us last Friday. Pretty cute, pretty neat. And we're gonna go around the corner here. Oh, hello there.
Hi.
I'm just checking out your nice artwork here.
The artist is here also.
I'm sorry?
The artist is here.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, he's right. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you so much for the tip. Nice cast member says artist is just around the corner. May have to look. It looks like they may be preoccupied at the moment, but there is a Figment. There is a Figment here. See? Figment stops me in my tracks. Who doesn't love Figment? Sorry to be awkward and standing, like hovering over you as I hold this awkward thing. So I'll back up now. But again, Figment. Oh, there is actually a Walt Disney. Look, circa Disney California Adventure, circa 1923, Walt Disney with his Suitcase in a Dream. I won't sing it, but everybody knows what I'm talking about in the chat, I'm sure. Oh, here it is again. Here's a lithograph of it. In front of the Carthay Circle Theater. With Mickey on the steamer trunk luggage. But of course, on all those clips, you see Walt saying, and a cardboard suitcase. And we're going to continue over here in this direction towards Germany. Like I said before, there is the Pastoral Palette here, the Germany food booth. Usually it's very popular. For whatever reason, it's an empty queue, which I find very strange. I shared a story last time that usually when I come in this area, it is so jam-packed. In fact, I'd say it's the most congested part of EPCOT for the sheer amount of people in the smallest spot. Like I said, there was a pathway back there behind us that also, but this one is way worse. Sometimes the queue is so big, you can't even traverse the pathway here, I've noticed. It's huge amount of people generally in this area. That's why I'm actually surprised. There's like nobody here. It looks like they pruned the trees here in Germany. Gorgeous trees, usually just, you know, they have their big canopy here. Usually the canopy of green is so big you can't even see across World Showcase Lagoon in this area. And then one quick point, I wanted to mention the paving. The paving project was completed in Germany quite some time ago. I just can't quite remember when. But I want to say last April, last May, I could be getting that wrong now. But I love the paving. All the concrete, all the stamped, all the ribbons of stamped concrete, along with the interior portions. I really like what they did here. In fact, let's go towards, you know, it's King George slaying the dragon, I think it is. I could be getting that wrong, but if somebody in the chat knows, they'll correct. Right here. I love all these cobblestone pavers. When I say pavers, they're not actually pavers, they're stamped concrete though. But I like all the ribbons, the brick. I like the color scheme. I really like the pattern. So everybody in the chat's going, we've had enough of the concrete, just get on with World Showcase, so here we go. So over to the left-hand side, of course, they have beers and beverages. Okay, back on track. And then I quickly wanted to mention, I brought this up last time we were here too, but there is a restroom here in Germany, everybody's well aware, that this is a smaller, you know, restroom, but it is original and it has the original brown tiles in there, the ribbon of brown. And I was sharing last time what I believe. I could be completely wrong. I have no inside information. I'm just making this up, but based on their rehab schedule, my opinion is this restroom here at Germany will be the next restroom to be taken down for rehab, gutted, and of course updated into a new scheme. In other words, they're going to update probably the tiles, but I'm making that up. But as you're fully aware, every time they do a restroom project here at EPCOT, it always comes out amazing. Like the frozen Norway restrooms. Those are always, well, I like those too. So we do have the miniature train Garden Railroad here, featuring, you know, LGB and Pico. Do I see trains on the move? Yeah, I do. Over by the Junior Explorers, they're back over there. I just don't see any trains cycling in the foreground here, out here on our level. But we're entering the Italy. Oh, hello there. Hello there.
We see you last.
Oh, where, Matt? Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Hello there.
We can follow you on YouTube.
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah. John with Fun to Be Free from Argentina?
Yes.
Ah. Yeah. Hello. So, Fun to Be Free.
Aguanta Argentina y Rosario.
Thank you. Goodbye.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Have a good time. So I don't know what they said. I don't speak Spanish. I have no idea. But we're going to continue with our tour here at EPCOT. And there is a sizable queue up here in Italy at this food studio. Let's just take a closer look. It's weird because we just came from Germany and not too many people there, but here we go. We actually have some people here at the name that I can't pronounce, so I'll just show it to you. But I'm trying to, oh, hello there. I'll try to get across the pathway and get out of it. But I know there was one right on the signboard, but I'll just point it up there because it's better view. I can't pronounce it. Oh, hello there. Sorry to intrude, but excuse me. I'll back up now. But yeah, I just wanted to show you there are people there. And look at how gorgeous this is. You got the sunset and of course the lights here coming up on the Italy Pavilion. Lovely. Oh, we did see the construction from Blog Mickey with the scaffolding here at the tower, going about mid-course up, midway. There's the scrim covered the scaffolding now. Have you ever noticed that most pavilions do have some type of a tower-like structure incorporated? I'll try to pan up so everybody can see. That's what I was looking at. It's a neat shot up there, especially with, you know, all the lights up there. Yeah, pretty cool. We'll look down into Italy, what it looks like before we leave. Simon Rogers is putting what appears to be Italian flags, I'm guessing. My eyes are so bad, those icons are so small, but that's what I think Simon's indicating, Italian flags. And look at, this is so pretty in this area here with the lighting and of course the Disney Photo Pass photographers taking shots of all the guests with, of course, what we just saw in the background of Italy Pavilion. And of course, for all you new subscribers to the channel, what I have to offer is that I think this area here is among the best areas to view Luminous from. In the olden days, I'm not certain if they're still doing it. I haven't actually viewed it here in a while. But this area used to be like, you know, the fast pass viewing along with there on the other side of the bridge here. But I feel that the best spot, or one of the best, depending on a difference of opinion, is right here to view the actual Luminous. And on the other side of this umbrella, we could actually see Spaceship Earth all lit up. Look at all the nice lighting. I love it. Oh, and I'll pan across World Showcase Lagoon with sunset. As you know, nothing beats sunset here at the Walt Disney World Resort. And we're now entering the America Pavilion with the American Gardens Theater up here on the right-hand side. I'm not certain who is actually performing tonight, but we could actually go look at the signboard and go see who is. I'd like to say I know what I'm talking about, but you know, I don't have my finger on the pulse on every single item of entertainment. I just don't have time to look. The only time I really look at the Disney news is when I bring it to you live from the Walt Disney World Resort. Usually when we're standing in attraction queues or the, you know, topic of the day. But over to the right-hand side for the Disney on Broadway, it's the standby entrance. Opposite side, of course, is the dinner package entrance. But here's the sign that we could go check out. My eyes are attempting to read it. Everybody in the chat probably can see this before I can. Michael James Scott and Kissy Simmons. It's Aladdin and the Lion King. Well, there you go. There you go. We got showtimes tonight, 5:30, 6:45, and 8 o'clock. Bingo. For everybody that wanted to know that, there you go. I'm actually going to put on some chapstick here. You probably saw me waving awkwardly in front of the camera. Give me a second. And then I'll pan over to the stage. Okay, so stage is all lit. Disney on Broadway concert series. Some background audio playing. And it looks like it's about 3/4 full right now. And let's get a shot of the American Adventure, because who doesn't love this building?
And I'm taking Haley's when he dropped.
Pretty cool, all lit up at night with its forced perspective. We could probably do a whole video just talking about the facade, but I'll spare you now. Let's continue. I want to make it around World Showcase, so I keep looking at the power levels of my various devices. Get another shot here. Disney on Broadway concert series, what it looks like in there in America Gardens Theater. On the opposite side of the pathway, there's some festival markets, which are, you know, a little on the boring side. But we'll continue. Block and Hans, I believe they have beers and pretzels, which actually line seems pretty slim. Can you hear my teeth chatter? I'm actually getting kind of cold. That's why I'm trying to expedite this video, because I don't know. I want to make it back to the car before I could become a popsicle. The weather here for me is a little cold, but we're entering Japan, and no, I'm really not kidding. My teeth are like chattering. I'm starting to shiver. It's getting cold for me. For everybody else, you know, from the Northeast here in the U.S., you guys are going, this guy's a baby. Okay, we're entering Japan. There's actually a food studio up here, which I have a hard time pronouncing, but I could attempt to pronounce it when we get there. And we could look Can you hear? I'm like shivering. Like my jaw is shivering. Like, woo. Atari Gate. Oh, look out. We got kids running. Goshiki. I guess that's how you pronounce it. But it sure looks gorgeous looking ahead into Morocco. As we get up here, we can just take a quick look at Goshiki. See what looks like the sake they're offering. Oh, there you go. There you go. Sizable queue though. I really like this area of the park too at night because of course all the lighting. It seems like very intimate in here where the pathway narrows. Yes, this is a pinch point, but I like this area of the park even though it's narrow because you got all the Southern Live Oaks here. And of course, like I just mentioned, all the show lighting, all the lights projecting with the multicolored gel coats broadcasting onto the pavement below. And then there's the Acme Archives here. This features, of course, more Star Wars themed merchandise, artwork. We could go look. They also have Guardians of the Galaxy as well. But as you can see in front of your face, there is a lot of people here. I'm just trying to get across the stream of people. So I'll just quickly pan from left to right. There's even Indiana Jones. Looks like Egypt. Off from the pyramids there. Multiple Indiana Jones. Of course, Darth Vader. Yeah. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we're gonna continue here. I'm starting to get really cold. So, whew, I wanna get back to the car. I'm actually gonna use a heater when I get back in the car. Okay, Morocco's coming up. Morocco looks great at night, towering into the sunset there. I'll try to pan up and get more of it, but I'm actually looking at the crowd coming at me. They're coming at me fast. The people mean business. They're trying to get somewhere, probably American Gardens Theater. Look at the sunset behind Morocco. Really neat. Usually I walk in this area, of course, there's the band, and or you're always on the phone and you can't hear because the band's so loud because you're so close to them. Kind of like over by the Mill stage too. It's like they're literally in the midway. You know a place I've never eaten that I want to check out the menu and actually eat here? Yeah, right here, Spice Road Table. But then we'll save that. We're gonna keep going. Gonna keep walking. I'm walking a little faster here. We should check out these art studios real quick though. Just real quick, since we're here. And I'm sure everybody in the chat wants to see them. Disney Gallery Artists. We saw them last time, but there's nothing like seeing it at sunset with lights displayed on it. There's something magical about it. Well, we'll just take a quick look. There is a lot of people. Oh, there is a Main Street Electrical Parade one down here. We were talking about, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just got all excited. Look at Main Street Electrical Parade down here. So I was sharing a story about Elliot, Pete's Dragon, driving it like, you know, the Wizard of Oz, because literally there's so much going on in there. And then there's another art studio on the other side of the pathway here. We can also take a quick look. Oh boy, I see something I like. I wonder if it's under lights, maybe not. Either way, look at this. Okay, you can probably see it. You can probably see it. That's pretty cool. Oh, I like that. There's even Figment up here, up by Spaceship Earth. Okay, we'll come in, just take a quick look, and then we'll be on our way. There's nobody here, so you can enjoy this. Yeah, it's under the lights, so we'll take a look again. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay, we're gonna slowly back up. Get back on the pathway here. Merge on the freeway, the highway. And we'll take a look at Spaceship Earth coming into view behind the trees as the sun's going down here at EPCOT. So neat to be here. Oh, I'd say we'd stay for Luminous, but I am cold. I want to get back to the car. I'm rushing it. All the chat viewers out the door. And of course, now we're coming up to the France Pavilion. Usually the France Food Studio always has a packed line in this little courtyard area. It always appears to be longer than I think it is because you go around the corner, you go, the line can't be that long, can it? You get back into the courtyard and you're like, oh yeah, the entire courtyard's full of people just trying to get to this food studio. Crazy. Oh, while we're here, we should just take a gorgeous view of the France Pavilion. And one quick thing I want to mention, Impressions de France, of course, the movie, the film here at France Pavilion. It's one of my personal favorite attractions, of course, one of the only opening day attractions that's moderately left intact, meaning they made some updates. We should do a whole film just on Impressions de France. It's just 2 minutes from now, but I love this film. We'll have to do something on Impressions de France at a later time. Okay, we're gonna head in this direction here. And it's a little dark to point it out, but up ahead is a tree full of pink blooms, and it looks amazing as we come into spring here. And then I'll point the camera into the opposite direction, the International Gateway at EPCOT. It's that structure there that's all lit up on the other side of the tributary. Or the name I can't pronounce, the river Seine, I think it's pronounced, but I could be wrong. You know, the river in France. But look at, you can see the Skyliner, the Disney Skyliner cycling in the Florida sunset. How nice is that? So neat, so beautiful. There's that nice blossoming pink tree.
That's where we want to see the forest.
We're gonna, oh, here. We were mentioning before there must be like a corporate event or some type of a special event. Here's some of, backstage food and beverage, cast members working away. Here you can peer over the hedges here. There you go, got a special event going on down there. Not quite sure, if it was dinner or it's just desserts, but there is a full bar here. Small gathering still down here. Probably gonna stay for Luminous. Oh, there's a friendship boat in the World Showcase Lagoon. And Spaceship Earth is peeking out just above the UK Pavilion. Boop. I love it. Okay, anybody in the chat that's ever stayed at the yacht, the beach, or the boardwalk? And here's my question. So, if you ever stayed on Crescent Lake, at the yacht, beach, or boardwalk, which are, of course, my favorite location to stay if I ever stay here at the Walt Disney World Resort, yacht, beach, or boardwalk. So I should say Disney's Yacht Club and Disney's Beach Club Resort, the sister resorts, and Disney's Boardwalk. If you ever stayed in those hotel rooms, have you ever heard the friendship boat horns? That's what I think makes that location special. Because I always got excited, I wake up, and the moment I wake up, all I heard was the friendship boat go, whoa, hong, hong. Love it. Absolutely love it. Anybody else that's ever experienced that at Yacht Beach or Boardwalk on Crescent Lake? Because that's just one of the little tiny, details that I really, really like. Oh, and here, the Yorkshire County Fish Shop. The line is quite long. Seems like once they implemented the mobile order pickup here, the line disappeared, but then it came back. Maybe it's just popular. But look, I assume it's still popular for mobile order. But oh, here's, of course, Rose and Crown. Very popular location. We could poke our head inside real quick, just see what it looks like. Just real quick. I'm talking about restrooms. So I like the Germany restroom. And I really like the Rose and Crown restroom. This one right here. I really like this restroom. A little smaller, very intimate, very cool. But here's just a quick shot of what it looks like at the bar here at the Rose and Crown on a Thursday night. Pretty neat. We're gonna go back outside. Just want to get a quick view of what it looks like. And we saw the topiaries here, the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh and Friends topiaries. And I love the background audio. I already mentioned that. Always puts me in a good mood. It's always in my head. Love it. Okay, and then World Showcase Lagoon. I'd call this night no longer twilight because it's getting pretty dark. I'm looking on the camera screen. It looks pretty light, but in person, it's pretty dark out here. Maybe the camera in the screen is making it a little brighter for me to see, but it looks, I'm calling it nighttime. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Love, love, love it. Oh. Nothing like being here at EPCOT. And I'll sing you a quick song and then stop because I can't sing as I always say. There's no place like World Showcase. No place in the whole wide world. I can't sing it, but I love that song. Circa 1982. Oh, E-Breeze is back in the chat. Hey, E-Breeze. I've stayed at Boardwalk with a lake view. I've heard them many times with thumbs up. Yes, so E-Breeze knows exactly what I'm talking about. The friendship boats, there's nothing like it. The last thing you hear before you fall asleep, you're gently like, I don't want to say rocked to sleep, but you know, gently put to sleep by the sound, the soothing sounds of the friendship boats, engine motors, powering away from the docks. And of course, before they do, you can hear the horn blow. Honk, honk, love it, love it. Okay, oh, TT's back. TT says, yes, I've stayed at the Boardwalk and the Beach Club. You could definitely hear the horns. Yeah, yeah, I love it. Okay, here's another question. Even though we're at Epcot now, I've never stayed there, but I've, you know, frequented the Disney's Polynesian Village Resort. Of course, their DVC, what do they call it? The ones on the Seven Seas Lagoon. You know, the themed exclusive, like $3,500 cabins. The name escapes me. Somebody in the chat will probably jump in and get it. But here's my question. If you stay there in those DVC ones, those DVC units, does the horn of the Fowler, the Irvine, or the Potter, like, does it just startle you in the morning because they're running those ferry barges very early in the morning, and those horns are not, you know, as gentle as the friendship boats? So I guess my question is, have you ever known somebody, or have you stayed yourself at those DVC locations at the Poly on the Seven Seas Lagoon, and are the horns so loud that they violently wake you up in the morning? And my guesstimate is yes, because the friendship horns are just so delightful in their little horn tunes. Okay, so we have a choice. I always go in my head, like, we have a choice to make with Spaceship Earth. Of course, off in the distance, amazing, amazing magenta LEDs. Do you follow this pathway here, or do you keep going? Let's just keep going. It's always, you know, a dilemma for me, what pathway to take at Epcot. I feel like I'm missing something if I take pathway A versus pathway B. Sometimes I have to double back and take the other pathway because I just got to experience all of Epcot in all of its glory. Because as you know, I'm an Epcot man. And real quick, I want to bring up, we should do a whole video on a t-shirt too. But everybody in the chat's probably seen the t-shirts, you know, the t-shirt that has the castle on it, and of course, Spaceship Earth, and it says, there are two types of people, and everybody in the chat probably know exactly what type of person I am. Spoiler alert, I'm an Epcot man. Yes, love it. Okay, so there is some more artwork by Rob Kaz. We saw this earlier, but I'm actually gonna go, you know, down the middle portion here, down the spine of Epcot, back towards, I want to call it, of course, Future World, but we'll call it World Celebration. Even though I do love the naming scheme with the 4 neighborhoods, I still miss, you know, Future World and World Showcase. But have you ever noticed the recent additions? I'm not quite sure when they installed these, but I could be getting it wrong. Maybe around spring of last year. The vertical lights, so all these vertical lights along the bridge here, along the spine, they installed these lights. And you can see them sticking up, of course, all in World Discovery and, of course, World Nature and World Celebration, all the vertical white lights. They're everywhere now here in the old Future World. But I really like the lights. I really like them. And I really like Communicore Hall. mimicking Spaceship Earth with the multicolor LEDs that flicker into the various colors. You can probably see it off in the distance, the yellow and the green, the teal, the blue, the pink, the red. Love, 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 love it. And nothing beats Spaceship Earth twinkling in the Florida night sky. Wow. And of course, the background audio completes the whole package. Figment's over to the right-hand side. We should visit, but it's so dark, I don't know if it'll come up across on camera. We could always see it another time. There's still a fair amount of people here as we approach Communicore Plaza. And I guess I'm not the only EPCOT fan, because we have people with Spirit jerseys wearing the EPCOT in front of us as well. There's quite a sizable queue here for this Disney Photo Pass photographer in front of Spaceship Earth. There's no surprise because, I mean, come on, Spaceship Earth. Who doesn't want to get their photo in front of Spaceship Earth at night? Look at all the trees that are, you know, underlit with the gentle glow of the magenta colored light. Oh, like it. You know what I think is cool, even though it's just a popcorn location, is this food and beverage outdoor vending location here. I love the design of the stand, but you really can't see it at night, so there you go. There you go. Popcorn stand. I like that. Like I said before, I'm an EPCOT man. Everything at EPCOT, you're just going to hear me say, I like that, I like it, I like it. We're actually headed towards the exit now, like I said before. It's getting quite cool here. Oh, look at the rainbow. Rainbow and Spaceship Earth. And we're missing the show, but here, while we're here, we'll head up into Communicore Plaza, see what we can see for the rest of the show. I'm actually headed towards the main gate, the park exit. I'm chilled. I'm literally shivering. I'm not kidding. I don't have a jacket. I've been cold all day. I don't think it went above 66 degrees here at EPCOT today. Even in the sun, I was a little cold today. Oh, it's Kermit! I should have known that. I saw the rainbow. I've had this song in my head since I made the thumbnail when we went to go see Muppet Visions 3D. Did Disney mishandle the announcement for the closure of Muppet Visions 3D? The Dreamers and Me. Oh, we missed the show, but at least we got, you know, the finale portion. Yeah! Wow, see the rainbow? Oh, taste the rainbow. It's like Skittles. Okay, we're gonna head over in this general direction, and I don't know about you or anybody in the chat, but when I choose to exit EPCOT, I choose the right pathway, or the right-hand side, the pathway we're headed towards now, Connections Cafe side. I generally choose the pathway that heads into, of course, World Nature when I enter. But I'm sure everybody in the chat has their quirks, their ticks. That's among my many ticks. Kind of go right, if you will. Right-handed. I'm right-handed. I'm sure the majority of Americans are. I don't have the statistics. I'm making a number up. My guess is probably like 60% of Americans or so are right-handed, but I could be wrong. It could be higher than that. It could be 80%. I have no idea. Just making it up. I just say most people are right-handed. And as we come up here to the Connections Cafe, lit very nicely, even with that Starbucks logo, it looks great. I wanted to mention something. Elevation paving. Have you ever noticed how high the new paving is in the elevation here in the old original Communicore building? In other words, what we're looking at straight ahead here, they actually elevated by bringing in earth, dirt. They raised this pathway all the way up. As you can see, look at the lip up here, how tall the paving comes up to the lip of the original Communicore building base, the footer here. But it's so neat how they brought the elevation up. In other words, when you enter Spaceship Earth and you enter the park, you're walking uphill up to this point. And it's actually, quite tall in this area versus the original elevation from the original, of course, Communicore buildings, Innovations building, and of course, Spaceship Earth area. But before we go, let's just take one more look. I always stall going at EPCOT because I always just want to take one more look everywhere I am. Just taking all the ambiance of EPCOT. Oh, and while we're here, we can just look at the floor. See the floor twinkling? Pretty cool. Circa Innovations, 1994 fiber optics. You know, I love that they brought something like this back. It's awesome. Communicore Plaza, all lit up. We saw it during the day. Now we get to see it at night. And I just got a warning on my camera. We are really getting low battery, so just in the nick of time. But don't you love it? Don't you look on the, you know, the concrete, the paving, the ground. It's essentially mimicking the EPCOT logo in green. So neat. Okay, I'm gonna slowly turn the camera, and again, we're walking towards Spaceship Earth and towards the main gate or the exit, because I am quite cold here. Sparkling, twinkling lights in the trees. Details, details, details. Another example, like I was showing you before, the vertical lights, the white, they're just everywhere. Of course, they're on show control, and everybody in chat knows this, they change colors along with the show for Spaceship Earth. So neat. And of course, I was talking about the elevation change. You can probably see as we're, you know, headed down towards the portal, the pathway that goes underneath Spaceship Earth. Way down in elevation. And we'll take a shot overhead of Spaceship Earth as we approach it. Generally speaking, I see a lot of guests pause and taking their photos here, snapping selfies, but I just don't see it tonight. I wonder, it feels like a different crowd tonight. But there is still a high return in the lightning lane, which surprises me. This doesn't feel like a normal night to me. Like on a Thursday? Come on. Oh, there's a monorail going back to the station. You can see the fountain, the lucite fountain, all lit up. Oh, love it. Walking underneath Spaceship Earth now. And for, you know, some strange, odd reason today, the wind under Spaceship Earth, there's not much wind. When I was here earlier with Spinal, and you can see the flags, a clear indication of minimal amount of wind. It's actually quite rare when you see those flags just still, motionless. Oh, Robert Sprite's back. Hi, Rob. Hello, he says. And of course, it's, you know, Little Moon, so good night. Because Robert Sprite, I'm just headed out the exit now. I'm quite cold here. So I actually only have one functioning camera. One camera died, but I'm going to flip it, make everybody motion sick. That's the only camera I have, so bear with me one moment. But Robert Sprite also says, Rob, did you have coffee tonight? I haven't had coffee tonight. So I'm going to flip the camera. Oh, you're back! Anyways, see the Spaceship Earth behind me? I'm all excited because, you know, Spaceship Earth's got lights and all lit up. Oh, it's beautiful. And in a moment, you're going to get to see the fountain behind me. But I think we had a very successful day here. And of course, the reason we made the video today was that Disney recently announced the ending of the virtual queue here at, oops, I'm going to move out of the way. There's a small child that was running in circles right around my feet. At any rate, today's video, Disney or Walt Disney World Resort just announced the ending of the virtual queue here at Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. And we experienced on ride, if you missed it, go back, watch the video again. We discussed, of course, the closure, why it's good for guests in the long run. So yet again, just like yesterday's video over the Magic Kingdom, we saw Tiana's Bayou Adventure on ride. We discussed the closure of course, virtual queue there at the Magic Kingdom with Tiana. And so the answer is yes, as I always say, yes, yes, yes. It's going to be a good thing for all of the guests coming here. So with that said, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for watching. I simply had a blast today. Take care. Have a great day. See you in the next video. Bye-bye.